Chapter 32-36. The gate of domination continued to press down on Chu Qingkong. Chu Qingkong's expression changed drastically. Overbearing God's spear, explode. Chu Qingkong shouted as he performed his origin's secret technique, overbearing God's spear. At the same time, the two star cores in his body began to operate rapidly, pushing his strength to the peak in an instant. He did not use his full strength earlier because he looked down on Lu Ming. He thought that he did not need to use his full strength to deal with Lu Ming. However, he knew that he was wrong as soon as they started to fight. Very wrong. Lu Ming was terrifyingly strong. He defeated his attack in an instant. River of Spear Principles. Chu Qingkong roared as he thrust his spear forward. Endless spear radiance gathered into a long river and rushed toward Lu Ming. Boom! The river of spear principles hit the gate of domination with a loud bang. The gate of domination shook but was blocked in the end. Amidst the endless waves of energy, Lu Ming and Chu Qingkong retreated backward at the same time. What? It's a draw. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Ming and Chu Qingkong had exchanged a few moves in a row. It was a dazzling scene. Only now did the crowd realize what had happened. They were extremely shocked. In their minds, Chu Qingkong should be able to suppress Lu Ming with an absolute advantage. Even if Lu Ming had the golden armor, he would not be able to do so. However, the result was different from what they had imagined. Lu Ming's combat strength is so strong. It's incredible. Chu Qingkong is using his full strength. It's incredible. Lu Ming is only in the first king god realm. He ran away not because he was afraid of fighting Chu Qingkong, but because he didn't want to. Many people exclaimed. Chu Qingkong was someone who could defeat Xian Xingxian. It was unbelievable that he could not suppress Lu Ming even though he had used his full strength. Even with the golden armor, it was impossible to increase his combat strength by so much. Obviously, Lu Ming's combat strength was amazing. They knew that Lu Ming ran away not because he was afraid of fighting Chu Qingkong, but because he did not want to. With Lu Ming's strength, he could totally put up a fight. Those who had underestimated Lu Ming and thought that Lu Ming would not dare to fight against Chu Qingkong felt their faces burning. There's hope. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King's eyes lit up. As for the 9 Blades Heavenly King, his face turned gloomy. I don't believe it. Kill. Chu Qingkong roared and pushed his combat strength to the peak. He charged at Lu Ming again. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's gigantic body stepped forward, causing the platform to tremble. The gate of domination emitted an ancient radiance, suppressing forward. Meanwhile, Lu Ming brandished his spear and charged forward. The two giants fought fiercely on the battle platform. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. After dozens of moves, the two of them were still unable to determine a victor. One had to admit that Chu Qingkong's combat strength was extremely powerful. If it were not for the golden armor, Lu Ming would not have been his match. Of course, this was also because Lu Ming's cultivation was too weak. He was 2 levels lower than Chu Qingkong. Although they were both peerless geniuses, the gap between each level was extremely difficult to overcome. That was because one had all kinds of terrifying divine skills and secret skills, and so did the other party. It was too difficult to fight someone with a higher level. Strike of the God of War, mighty army. Chu Qingkong roared. His spear vibrated. Numerous gods of war appeared in the void. They rode on warhorses and brandished their spears, charging at Lu Ming. The entire sky was shaking. It was filled with an oppressive aura, as if it was going to crush Lu Ming completely. Do you think you're the only one who knows Strike of the God of War? Take this. Strike of the God of War, mighty army. Lu Ming roared coldly. He brandished his spear. Numerous gods of war appeared in the sky. They rode on warhorses and charged at Chu Qingkong. After so many years of cultivation, Lu Ming had cultivated Strike of the God of War to the 9th level. Its power was no less than the apocalyptic 3 strikes. What? You know it too. Chu Qingkong roared. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. Lu Ming had also mastered Strike of the God of War. Damn it. How dare you cultivate the secret skill of the God of War family? Outside, an elder of the God of War family shouted angrily with cold killing intent. Rumble. Thousands of warhorses collided with each other, causing explosions. However, Chu Qingkong's Strike of the God of War was obviously more advanced. It had reached the 10th level and began to suppress Lu Ming. Thief, so what if you've secretly learned the secret skill of the God of War family? Without the support of the overbearing God Spear, it's just the tip of the iceberg. Chu Qingkong roared. He brandished the overbearing God Spear and the gods of war became more powerful. Overbearing God Spear, is it? Sorry, I have it too. Lu Ming said calmly. The divine spear in his hand disappeared. It was replaced by a stone spear that was filled with an ancient aura. It was exactly the same as the overbearing God Spear in Chu Qingkong's hand. Overbearing God. Overbearing God Spear. How can you have the overbearing God Spear? This time, Chu Qingkong's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He screamed hysterically. It was unbelievable to the extreme. Not only him, but everyone was stunned. That's the overbearing God Spear. Impossible. How can he have the overbearing God Spear? 2 Origin secret skills. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Lu Ming is also cultivating the ancient cultivation method. It must be, countless people shouted, unable to remain calm. They thought that Lu Ming was also cultivating the ancient cultivation method. Since he had mastered 2 different origin secret skills, it meant that he had mastered 2 different divine powers. Only the ancient cultivation method could control several different kinds of divine power. No wonder. No wonder Lu Ming's combat strength is so strong. It turns out that he's also cultivating the ancient cultivation method. Many people were enlightened. They thought that Lu Ming's combat strength was so strong because he had cultivated the ancient cultivation method. Impossible. Damn it. It's impossible. Some elders of the war god family were even more agitated. They were already so old, but they were still shouting like pigs. It was really hard to accept. Among the younger generation, Chu Qingkong was the only one in the entire war god family who could cultivate the overbearing god divine power and awaken the overbearing god spear from it. However, Lu Ming, an outsider, had also awakened the overbearing god spear. How ironic was this? When Chu Qingkong saw Lu Ming use the overbearing god spear, he was stunned and in a daze. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? In the measure formula, a steady stream of divine power flowed into Lu Ming's body. Then, this divine power rushed madly toward the overbearing god spear and the gate of domination. Star burst. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear, performing the strongest move of the 3 strokes of annihilation. After using the overbearing god spear, the power of the spear Dao divine skill would undoubtedly be stronger. At the same time, the gate of domination emitted light and suppressed Chu Qingkong like a divine mountain. The 2 origin secret skills attacked together. Chu Qingkong was shocked and hurriedly put up a defense. However, it was still too late. The violent destructive power swept out and shrouded him, breaking through his layers of defense. Then, the gate of domination pressed down. Boom! Chu Qingkong screamed. The bones in his hand were broken, and he vomited blood. His body was sent flying. Dozens of bones in his body were broken. Chapter 32-37. Chu Qingkong flew out and landed heavily on the fighting ring. He vomited blood and dozens of bones were broken. He could not even maintain the war god body and the overbearing god spear. The overbearing god spear was the first to disappear. His body returned to normal. Buzz. Lu Ming did not plan to let Chu Qingkong go. The gate of domination shrunk and continued to press down on Chu Qingkong. Chu Qingkong's body was bent like a bow. All his internal organs were shattered. Then, Lu Ming stepped on Chu Qingkong's face. Ah, let me go. Chu Qingkong struggled crazily and kept roaring. His eyes were full of humiliation. He was a dignified genius, the strongest successor in the history of the war god family. Lu Ming had stepped on the giant's face in front of everyone. This was a great insult. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Bang! Lu Ming stomped hard on Chu Qingkong's face. Chu Qingkong's face was immediately in close contact with the ground. Blood splattered everywhere and all his teeth flew out. Just the word miserable was enough to describe it. Ah, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your whole family. You damn bastard, Chu Qingkong roared hysterically. He had gone completely crazy. He was so mighty before, looking down on Lu Ming like an ant. He did not take Lu Ming seriously and even said that he would torture Lu Ming to death. But the result was the complete opposite. It was a great contrast. As proud as he was, he could not take it anymore. His self-esteem was severely damaged. In comparison, he was a joke, a laughable joke. This brat deserves to die. He deserves to die. Outside, the war god family's elders also roared angrily. They were like rampaging lions, their hair and beards all fluttering about. What? The younger generation is no match for him, so the older generation wants to step up. Is this the style of the war god family? Nine Extremes Heavenly King glanced at the people of the war god family coldly. His tone was full of sarcasm, which made the people of the war god family pale. Jiu Dao, it seems that you are happy for nothing. Now that Chu Qingkong has been defeated, and Lu Ming has entered the top 3, you are the loser of our bet. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King looked at the Nine Sabers Heavenly King with a smile on his face. To be honest, the fact that Lu Ming was able to defeat Chu Qingkong was also out of his expectations. At the moment, he was in a very good mood. The Nine Sabers Heavenly King's expression was extremely ugly. For a moment, he did not know how to respond. Oh, I got it. The competition isn't over yet. There might be more variables, Nine Extinction Heavenly King said coldly. The Nine Sabers Heavenly King was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What kind of change was there? Chu Qingkong was trampled under Lu Ming's feet like a dead dog. What else could there be? Even if Lu Ming continued to challenge Di Jiani and Su Wuya and was defeated, he would still be in third place. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King was openly mocking him. 10 Starcrux pills, here you go. The Nine Sabers Heavenly King gritted his teeth and took out 10 Starcrux pills from his storage ring with trembling hands. He threw them to the Nine Extinction Heavenly King and his heart was bleeding. Even though he was a Heavenly King, 10 Starcrux pills were enough to make him bleed. It was like cutting his flesh. By the side, the other Sir God experts looked at the Nine Extinction Heavenly King with envy. An ordinary Sir God would not be able to get 1 Starcrux pill, let alone 10. You are too kind. I shall accept it then. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King laughed heartily and kept the pills. The Nine Sabers Heavenly King wished he could stomp on the Nine Extinction Heavenly King's smiling face. Bam! A huge shoe print was imprinted on Chu Qingkong's face. Chu Qingkong's face was deformed. He roared and struggled, wanting to blow himself up. Unfortunately, he was restrained by Lu Ming and could not blow himself up. How dare you threaten me? Apologize and admit your mistake. Lu Ming's face was cold as he stomped on Chu Qingkong with his shoe. Don't even think about it. I will tear you into pieces, Chu Qingkong roared. Bam! Bam! What greeted him was Lu Ming's ruthless kick. Enough, stop. Little brat, stop. The experts of the war god family outside roared. Their voices penetrated the spherical world and Lu Ming and the others could hear them. Nonsense. Let him apologize, admit his mistake, and say that he is trash. Lu Ming curled his lips. The other party wanted to kill him. Lu Ming would not show any mercy to such an enemy. He wanted to beat the other party until he was convinced. At first, Chu Qingkong was still struggling. Slowly, he gave in. He had no choice. Lu Ming was stubborn and unafraid of his threats. If he continued to struggle, he would only be tortured by Lu Ming. For Chu Qingkong, this situation was like a year. I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted you. I was blind. I am trash. In the end, Chu Qingkong said those words in humiliation. His heart was bleeding with every word he said. What a humiliation, what a great humiliation. The experts of the war god family all looked gloomy. They were emitting cold murderous intent. The war god family used to be glorious. They were known as the war god of the Taishu dynasty. Although they had declined, they were still proud of their identity. Chu Qingkong was known as the strongest genius in the history of the war god family. He represented the face of the war god family. Chu Qingkong was slapped in the face, which meant that the war god family was slapped in the face. One could imagine how they felt. That's more like it, Lu Ming smiled faintly. With a kick, he sent Chu Qingkong flying out of the fighting ring. Half of Chu Qingkong's battle chi was absorbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming won this battle. After winning this battle, Lu Ming had already secured the top 3 positions. There was finally hope for Lan Shang. Phew, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and finally relaxed. To be honest, this battle was not easy. The genius of the Taishu dynasty was more powerful than Lu Ming had imagined. This time, Lu Ming was lucky. Plus, he had his own plan. He did not hunt for much battle chi at the beginning, so his ranking was low. He fought his way up and finally upgraded his battle suit. That was how he defeated Chu Qingkong. To be honest, if his battle suit was the same as Chu Qingkong's, he might not be able to defeat Chu Qingkong. In addition, Yi Jifan was also very strong. If he had not been defeated by Su Wuya, Lu Ming would not be confident to defeat him. No matter what, he had finally gotten into the top 3 this time. Lu Ming won this battle. Lu Ming, do you want to continue? The Grand Preceptor asked. Although the Preceptor was also very unhappy with Lu Ming, he was experienced and astute. There was no obvious change in his attitude. Everyone's heart trembled. Would Lu Ming continue to challenge him? They were looking forward to it. However, they were disappointed. Lu Ming shook his head and said, I'm not challenging anymore. Since he had gotten into the top 3, there was no need to continue. To be honest, he was not confident to continue. Su Wuya was at the peak of the 4th Heaven King God realm. Even with the help of the golden battle suit, it would be difficult for him to defeat Su Wuya. Not to mention Di Jiani. He was probably no match for him. His goal was to get into the top 3. That was enough. Chapter 32-38. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that Lu Ming wasn't challenging anymore. They were afraid that Lu Ming would continue to challenge and reveal even more powerful trump cards. If that happened, they would be in a mess. He couldn't be any more perverted, or they wouldn't be able to take it. Alright, then I announce that this meeting is over. You can come out now. The Imperial Advisor's voice reverberated throughout the hall. He then pressed his hand down, and a ray of light fell on the spherical world. Instantly, a black vortex appeared above Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest rushed into the vortex. In the next instant, everyone in the spherical world appeared outside the spherical world. The Imperial Advisor waved his hand and kept the spherical world. The top 10 this time, come here to receive your Majesty's reward. The Imperial Advisor announced again. He then retreated behind the Saint Emperor and stood respectfully. Lu Ming, Di Jiani, Su Wuya, and the rest of the top 10 walked to the front of the Saint Emperor and bowed with cupped fists. Greetings, Your Majesty. Dispense with the formalities. The top 10 will receive a prefecture opening token. You will be given a token. The Saint Emperor waved his hand, and 10 palace maids flew out. Each palace maid was holding a jade plate, and on the jade plate was a token. This was the prefecture opening token. In the Taishu dynasty, Only those who had the prefecture opening token were qualified to open a prefecture and rule over a region. It was considered to be recognized by the government, and other experts would go and join them. You are all heroes of this era. I hope that you will develop well. I hope that there will be more heavenly kings in the future. The Saint Emperor said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Ming and the rest thanked the Saint Emperor and kept the tokens. Countless people around them were envious, and they wished they could take the tokens for themselves. Also, the top 10 will receive a reward. You can make a request of me. Let's start with the third place. Lu Ming, what do you want? Just say it. The Saint Emperor looked at Lu Ming with a smile. Your Majesty, Lu Ming's condition is that Your Majesty pardon Blue Merchant's crimes and release the Blue Merchant from the Imperial Guard. Lu Ming cupped his fists and stated his conditions. Blue Merchant? The Sage Emperor frowned in confusion. No, absolutely not. Blue Merchant has committed a great crime. How can he be pardoned? Before the Saint Emperor could speak, Wu Fan shouted. They had worked so hard to capture the Blue Merchant, so how could they let the Blue Merchant go? A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He looked at Wu Fan and shouted, Wu Fan, how dare you? His Majesty the Sacred Emperor hasn't said anything yet, and you're already talking nonsense. From your tone, are you ordering the Sacred Emperor around? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Wu Fan's face turned pale in an instant, revealing a look of fear. He said in a trembling voice, You. Don't slander me. I just feel that Blue Merchant is guilty of an extremely heinous crime, so what if he's guilty? You think that in the Taishu dynasty, the Sacred Emperor doesn't have the right to pardon someone, right? Lu Ming continued to shout. Wu Fan was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His body trembled and he was dumbfounded. This was a serious matter. Ordering the Sacred Emperor. Questioning the Sacred Emperor. Either of these was a crime punishable by death. In the Taishu dynasty, the Sacred Emperor was the sky and he could cover the sky with one hand. Even if Wu Fan was 100 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. He was used to being arrogant because his father was the state preceptor and he was a peerless talent. He usually acted high and mighty and scolded everyone he met. Just now, it was purely an instinctive reaction. He hated Lu Ming and Blue Merchant to the core. When he heard that Lu Ming wanted to pardon the Blue Merchant, he blurted it out without thinking. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would catch him red-handed. You. Don't talk nonsense, Wu Fan couldn't stop muttering and he was about to cry. The Sacred Emperor frowned. The state preceptor was shocked when he saw this. Bastard, kneel down and beg for forgiveness from the Sacred Emperor. The state preceptor shouted at Wu Fan. Plop. Wu Fan's legs went soft and he knelt down in front of the Sacred Emperor. He screamed, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I really didn't mean that. Even if you gave me 10,000 times more courage, I wouldn't dare to question Your Majesty. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Wu Fan begged with tears and snot running down his face. Your Majesty, Wu Fan really didn't mean that. He was just anxious just now, the state preceptor also pleaded with the Sacred Emperor. Then, the Crown Prince stepped forward and pleaded with him. The Sacred Emperor frowned and said, Let Wu Fan face the wall for 100 years as punishment. Thank you, Your Majesty. The state preceptor hurriedly thanked him and then scolded Wu Fan, Bastard, thank His Majesty for his kindness. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wu Fan kowtowed. The Sacred Emperor waved his hand and asked Wu Fan to leave. Wu Fan retreated to one side and roared in his heart. He was filled with endless killing intent. This time, he had really embarrassed himself. It was all Lu Ming's fault. It was all Lu Ming's fault. He blamed everything on Lu Ming. If he had the chance, he would definitely chop Lu Ming into pieces to vent his anger. What happened to Blue Merchant? When was he captured by the Imperial Guards? The Sacred Emperor asked. Immediately, a burly man in iron armor walked out and bowed. Your Majesty, it's like this, This burly man in iron armor was the commander of the Imperial Guards. He immediately told the Sacred Emperor about the Blue Merchant. "I see," the Sacred Emperor muttered. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Since you have made this request, I will naturally fulfill it. I pardon Blue Merchant. Go, bring Blue Merchant here." "Yes." The commander of the Imperial Guards immediately ordered one of his subordinates to bring Blue Merchant here. This time, Wu Fan did not dare to say a word. Not long after, Blue Merchant was brought here. "Father." Lan Ling was extremely excited when she saw Blue Merchant. She quickly ran over. Lu Ming also hurried over. He found that Blue Merchant was fine except for his weak aura and low spirit. It was obvious that he had not been punished in the Imperial Guards. This was most likely due to Holy Thousand Heavenly King. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Blue Merchant bowed to the Sacred Emperor. "Blue Merchant, we haven't seen each other for a long time." The Sacred Emperor said. "I'm a cripple now. I don't dare to meet Your Majesty." Blue Merchant said. "I'm curious. What's the relationship between you and Lu Ming? He actually wasted a request to save you." The Sacred Emperor said casually. Many people, including Blue Merchant himself, were shocked. The Sacred Emperor was the ruler of the Taishu dynasty. His casual words often had a deep meaning. Moreover, Blue Merchant's identity was too sensitive. He was Jing Yu's teacher, and Jing Yu had committed a serious crime back then. However, Lu Ming did not hesitate to waste a chance to make a request to the king in order to save Lan Shang. What was the relationship between Lu Ming and Blue Merchant? Or was there a relationship between Lu Ming and Jing Yu? In an instant, many people thought of many things. "Your Majesty, Lu Ming is my son-in-law. He and my daughter are in love with each other," Blue Merchant bowed and said. "Oh." The Sacred Emperor said softly. At this moment, Lan Ling stepped forward and bowed. Then, she removed her disguise and returned to her original appearance. Chapter 32-39. When Lan Ling regained her original appearance, many people's eyes lit up and they were stunned. "You are indeed a peerless beauty. You and Lu Ming are a match made in heaven." The Saint Emperor smiled. Since he was the son-in-law of Blue Merchant, it made sense for him to save Blue Merchant at all costs. Hence, no one thought much of it. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. At this time, he could only brace himself and admit it. Otherwise, if the Saint Emperor suspected that he was related to him, it would be troublesome. Damn it. When Wu Fan saw Lan Ling's appearance, he roared in his heart. His eyes were burning with anger. When he thought of how a beauty like Lan Ling had become Lu Ming's woman, his eyes turned red with jealousy. Lu Ming is really lucky. I heard that Autumn Moon is also his wife. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives. However, it's rare to have two such beautiful women as his wife. It's a great joy in life. Many people sighed. Some young men, especially, were envious and jealous. Many young women sighed. Lu Ming was a supreme talent and yet he was already married. It was a pity that they no longer had a chance. "Su Wuya, do you have any requests?" The Saint Emperor turned to Su Wuya and asked. After Su Wuya made a request, it was Emperor Sword's turn to make a request. Their requests would not be too excessive. Although they could make any request, they naturally would not make requests that were too excessive. If their requests made the Saint Emperor have a bad impression of them, they would lose more than they gained. Hence, the Saint Emperor agreed to their requests without hesitation. Alright, the conference has come to a successful end. The Taishu dynasty has produced many supreme talents. Congratulations. I will be holding a grand banquet for 3 days. Everyone, come. The Saint Emperor's voice was heard. Thank you, Saint Emperor. Everyone cupped their fists and thanked him. The 3-day banquet was a celebration for the entire nation. After the banquet ended, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Lan Ling, and Blue Merchant returned to their residence. They would report to the Taishu Imperial Family Academy 3 days later. Lan Shu, how's your body? Lu Ming asked worriedly. He could see that Blue Merchant's body was not in good condition. His soul power was much weaker than before. My soul was injured in the battle that day. However, it's nothing serious. You don't have to worry. Blue Merchant smiled. Although Lan Shang said that, Lu Ming knew that Lan Shang's injuries were not light. Just as he had said, it would be very difficult for his soul to recover. Lan Shu, is there any way for you? Lu Ming asked. Treasures that can heal one's soul are extremely rare. There's no need to force it now. Lu Ming, your goal now is to cultivate well. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can establish your own family and expand your influence. When you have enough strength, you can overturn Jing Yu's case. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded. Although he had obtained the token to establish a family and Autumn Moon had one as well, there were 2 tokens in total. However, if he wanted to establish a family, he had to increase his cultivation first. To establish a family, he had to be at least in the 4th layer of the Divine King Realm or even the 7th layer of the Divine King Realm. Lu Ming's cultivation was still low. Your priority now is to cultivate well in the Taishu Imperial Family Academy and use the resources there to increase your strength quickly. I will find some time to help you ask about the primordial idol. The primordial idol is a must for establishing a family. Blue Merchant said. Primordial idol? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. It's not that easy to establish a family. First, you have to obtain the token to establish a family. Then, you have to obtain the primordial idol. Once the primordial idol is consecrated, it will emit a mysterious wave of energy. It has an extremely mysterious effect on comprehending the origin divine power factor and origin secret arts. Only the primordial idol can attract many sky prides and experts to join you. Only then can you develop your strength quickly. Otherwise, even if you can establish a family, it will be difficult to expand your influence. Blue Merchant explained. It can help one comprehend the origin divine power factor and origin secret arts. Lu Ming was shocked and immediately thought of the Myriad God Cliff in Star Moon Ancient City. The Myriad God Cliff had many idols that could help one comprehend the origin divine power factor. Primordial idol? Wait. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He thought of the idols that he had snatched from Blue Maple in the Ghosts region. Blue Maple's purpose in entering the Ghosts region was to obtain that idols. Later, Lu Ming led the former Dark Ape fighting tribe to chase Blue Maple away. Lu Ming also kept that idols. He never knew what the idols were used for. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Lan Shu, I have an idols here. Let me show you. Then, Lu Ming set up a formation in the courtyard. The primordial idol was too tall. If he took it out directly, it would be seen by people outside. This formation could conceal it. After setting up the formation, Lu Ming waved his hand and the idols that he had obtained from the Ghosts region fell in the courtyard. This is, after seeing the idols, Blue Merchant's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at them carefully. Then, he was excited and ecstatic. He said in a trembling voice, Primordial idol. It's really the primordial idol. Lu Ming, how did you get the primordial idol? It's really the primordial idol. Lu Ming was also delighted. Then, he told Blue Merchant how he had obtained the primordial idol. I see. It seems like Blue Maple's purpose in entering the Ghosts region is to obtain the primordial idol. Blue Merchant nodded. Lu Ming also understood why Blue Maple had mustered so many people to enter the Ghosts region. Blue Maple was very ambitious. He wanted to enter the top 10 in the Taishu dynasty's assembly and obtain the qualification to open a condominium. Therefore, he wanted to obtain the primordial idol. Unfortunately, Blue Maple did everything he could, but in the end, he didn't achieve any of the conditions. Lan Shu, is this really the primordial idol? Why does it feel so ordinary? Apart from the fact that it's very hard, there's no difference between it and other idols? Lu Ming asked the question that had been bothering him. He had studied this idol more than once, but he didn't find anything strange about it. If not for the fact that Lu Maple had worked so hard for this statue, Lu Ming would have thrown it away long ago. It's because it hasn't been consecrated yet. Blue Merchant said. Consecrated? Lu Ming was skeptical. It's true. According to legends, the primordial idol was created during the incipient god era. The ancestors used the bones of the primordial god spirit and other rare materials to create it. It's really magical. Until now, this method of creating it has been lost. That's why each primordial idol is priceless. However, if you want to make the primordial idol work magically, you need to consecrate it. Actually, it's very simple. You just need to find the items related to the primordial god spirit. For example, the flesh and blood of the primordial god spirit, the bones of the primordial god spirit, or the weapons that the primordial god spirit used to use. You can consecrate them to trigger the magical power of the primordial idol. Blue Merchant explained. Chapter 3240. Lu Ming finally knew how to consecrate the primordial deity statue. However, there was another problem. How could he get the flesh, bones, or weapons of the primordial deity statue? Ever since the Heavenly Palace era, the primordial deity statue had disappeared from the world. Some people said that the primordial deity statue had been extinct for a long time. Lu Ming told him about his worries. You don't have to worry about that. The Taishu dynasty controls a secret realm where these things exist. After a while, you should be able to explore it. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as there was a way. Actually, powerful forces like the 27 Heavenly King palaces all have primordial deity statues. That's why they can attract many experts to join them. I think your primordial deity statue is of a high grade. After it's consecrated, it will definitely attract many experts to join you. It will play a crucial role in your development. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded. The two chatted for a while. Lu Ming continued to ask Blue Merchant questions about cultivation. At this moment, the Taishu dynasty was in a state of turmoil. In a magnificent palace in the Crown Prince's palace. Your Highness, there are many geniuses this time. Should we try to recruit them? An old man asked the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince sat on the throne. He seemed to be in his 30s. He was dignified and had a domineering aura. I'll leave it to you. The Crown Prince waved his hand. Also, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant are close. I feel that he's not simple. Should we get rid of him? The old man asked again. Although Lu Ming is talented, he's only in the first layer of the King God realm. It doesn't matter if we get rid of him or not. The Crown Prince said casually. Lu Ming was talented, but a first layer of the King God realm was no different from an ant in the Crown Prince's eyes. He didn't care. I think we should find a chance to get rid of him. At this moment, a woman's voice came from outside the palace. It was extremely seductive. Just her voice alone was enough to make a man burn. A gust of fragrant wind drifted over, and then, a graceful and beautiful woman walked in. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely be shocked. The reason for that was because this woman was Dark Knight Rose. Lu Ming had left the Qin Tian Star Zone to investigate the theft of the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. After entering the Chu Tian Star Zone, the first place he went to was the Devil Capital Mountain. The Dark Knight Rose was the daughter of the Dark Knight Demon King, the master of the Devil Capital Mountain. Back then, when the Devil Capital Mountain was destroyed, the Dark Knight Devil King died in battle. However, the Dark Knight Rose didn't die. Who would have thought that she would come to the Crown Prince's residence? Dark Knight Rose. The Crown Prince murmured as he looked at the Dark Knight Rose. His eyes were filled with passion. Crown Prince, Lu Ming must die. Dark Knight Rose said coldly. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and desire. All right, Rose, if you want to kill him, then we'll kill him. The Crown Prince waved his hand and laughed. As he spoke, he got up and walked toward Dark Knight Rose. He reached out his arm and hugged Dark Knight Rose's slender waist. The old man's figure flashed and disappeared from the main hall. "Crown Prince, leave this matter to me," Dark Knight Rose said. All right, I'll listen to you. Come, let's get to work." The Crown Prince carried Dark Knight Rose and walked toward his room. In another huge hall in the Taishu dynasty's palace. This palace was the residence of the current second prince. At this moment, the second prince was discussing something with a few people. "Second prince, I think that Lu Ming's background is not simple. We have to investigate it thoroughly," someone suggested. "All right, I'll send someone to get close to Lu Ming and investigate Lu Ming's background. We'll see if we can recruit him for our own use. If it's not possible, we can eliminate him if necessary," the second prince said with a smile. His eyes shone with wisdom. Great Void Saint Capital, Imperial Advisor's residence. Lu Ming, I swear that I'm not human if I don't kill you." Wu Fan let out a furious roar, causing some of the servants to tremble. At the same time, in the Lan family's residence, the War God clan's residence, and the Abysmal Heavenly King's residence, cold murderous intent filled the air. Someone said that they wanted to take Lu Ming's head. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day that Lu Ming and the rest would join the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. The Great Void Saint Capital was vast and boundless. In the north of the Saint Capital, there was a huge residence. The gate of the residence was tall and majestic. On both sides of the gate, there were 18 stone pillars that were 1,000 feet tall. On each of the stone pillars, there was a divine dragon statue that was extremely majestic. This was the gate of the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. Early in the morning, a large number of people gathered in front of the gate. They were the geniuses who were going to join the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court this time. In the meeting held by the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court, as long as one passed the first 2 rounds, they would be able to join the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. There were more than 100,000 people who passed the first round. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling were also in the crowd, waiting quietly. Rumble. The gate opened, and a few middle-aged men walked out. "We are the teachers of the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. We welcome you to the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. Now, line up and register your information in order. Then, follow us to the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court," one of the tall and thin men said. Then, everyone lined up and registered their information one by one. After half a day, the registration was completed. Everyone followed the middle-aged men and entered the gate. As soon as they entered the gate, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. What came into view was a series of buildings. They were densely packed and incomparably majestic. The most eye-catching thing was the many palaces floating in mid-air, emitting divine light. "Let me introduce to you. Under normal circumstances, killing is not allowed in the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. If you want to kill, there is a fixed place. Also, in the Sacred Court, there is a group of prodigies who stayed to cultivate. However, some of the most powerful prodigies have already cultivated and entered the borders to train in the army. As for the previous group, almost all of them have left to train in various places. You also have to work hard to cultivate and improve. In the future, you will enter the army and other places to train, accumulate military merits, and soar to the sky." The tall and thin middle-aged man's saliva flew everywhere as he spoke with great passion. Many people were also excited by his words. Also, in the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court, there are many cultivation holy lands with heaven-defying effects. However, if you want to cultivate, you have to pay a corresponding price. Then, the tall and thin middle-aged man introduced the cultivation holy lands in the Sacred Court. After a full half an hour, he said, "Well, that's all for my introduction. The top 10 prodigies, follow me. The rest of you, follow the other teachers and arrange your accommodations." Then, the other elders led the others and flew away. Lan Ling also left with them, leaving only the top 10 prodigies and the tall and thin middle-aged man. "You are the top 10 prodigies and have obtained the qualification to open a mansion. Naturally, you have some privileges. Follow me," the tall and thin middle-aged man said. Chapter 32-41. Lu Ming and the others followed the middle-aged man. After a while, they arrived in front of a floating palace. This is where you will live in the future. There are many large formations in this palace, such as the Spirit Gathering Formation. It will be very beneficial for your cultivation. The middle-aged man introduced. Everyone's eyes lit up. The treatment of the top 10 was indeed different. That's not all. Many cultivation sacred grounds are open to you unconditionally. You don't have to pay a price. You can cultivate as much as you want. The middle-aged man continued. This made Lu Ming even happier. They could cultivate as much as they wanted in many cultivation sacred grounds in the Great Void Imperial Academy. That was awesome. The treatment of the top 10 was too good. Alright, you can choose a palace to live in. Come to me if you have any questions. The middle-aged man said and then turned to leave. Lu Ming and the others began to choose their palaces. The palaces looked similar. They chose one at random. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu chose the two palaces that were close to each other. Lu Ming took out his identity token and swiped it at the door. The door opened automatically. It's indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming exclaimed as he walked into the palace. The palace was huge and magnificent. There were many rooms, courtyards, fake mountains, and everything else. Moreover, the divine qi was shockingly rich. Lu Ming took a deep breath and the divine qi rushed into his mouth. Moreover, he felt his mind calm down here. He could comprehend all kinds of divine skills and secret techniques faster here. The effect of cultivation here was much better than in the Starry Camp. Not to mention anything else, just this point alone was enough to explain why so many people wanted to join the Great Void Imperial Academy. After walking around, Lu Ming came to Xiao Yu's palace and found that it was similar. Xiao Yu, let's go to those cultivation sacred grounds. Lu Ming said. He couldn't wait to go to those cultivation holy lands to take a look. Sure. Xiao Yu smiled. The two of them left the palace together and flew in a random direction. The first thing he had to do was figure out the map of the Great Void Imperial Academy. Are you Lu Ming and Miss Autumn Moon? Just as the two of them flew out of the palace, a clear voice rang out. Lu Ming looked over and saw a young woman walking towards them. The young woman was very beautiful. She could be said to be a peerless beauty. Compared to Autumn Moon and Lan Ling, she was not much inferior. She was wearing a black swordsman's robe, which added to her heroic spirit. You are? Lu Ming revealed a curious look. I'm a student of the Great Void Imperial Academy. I'm from the previous batch. The woman smiled. So it's senior sister. Lu Ming cupped his hands. My name is Chui Wei. I've seen the two of you in the previous meeting. I admire you and want to make friends with you. The young woman said with a smile. She was extremely amiable, making one feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Miss Chui Wei is too polite. Those who can enter the Great Void Imperial Academy are peerless geniuses. The two of us are just lucky. Lu Ming said modestly. Xiao Yu didn't say anything. With Lu Ming around, Xiao Yu usually didn't speak. She just listened quietly. Are the two of you going to the cultivation sacred grounds to cultivate? Chui Wei turned her gaze and smiled. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. There was nothing to hide. The two of you are new here. I'm afraid you're not familiar with the terrain here. Moreover, there are many cultivation grounds in the Great Void Imperial Academy. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find them. I happen to be free, so I can introduce them to you. Chui Wei said. Then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Chui Wei. Lu Ming cupped his fists. The Great Void Imperial Academy had a vast territory. The terrain was indeed troublesome for them as they were new here. It would be much better if someone introduced them to them. What kind of cultivation do the two of you want to cultivate? Chui Wei asked. It should be related to the divine power of origin factor. Lu Ming said. He was most interested in this aspect. After all, he had 10 types of divine force to comprehend. This type of cultivation sacred ground would save him a lot of time. To comprehend the origin divine force factor, we naturally have to go to the divine statue garden. The two of you, follow me. Chui Wei smiled and led the way. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu followed. The Great Void Imperial Academy was indeed vast. There were countless buildings. After walking around for a long time, they arrived in front of a huge building. If no one led them, they would have gotten dizzy. This is the Divine Statue Garden. The effects of comprehending the origin divine force factor or origin secret technique are excellent. However, if you want to cultivate in the Divine Statue Garden, you have to meet certain requirements. Chui Wei said. Requirements? Didn't the top 10 have no requirements and can cultivate to their heart's content? Lu Ming said. The top 10 have very good treatment and can cultivate to their heart's content in many cultivation sacred grounds. However, the Divine Statue Garden is not included. Chui Wei explained. It can't be, right? Lu Ming was speechless. He liked the Divine Statue Garden the most, but he couldn't cultivate to his heart's content. Then what are the requirements to cultivate in the Divine Statue Garden? Do you need divine crystals or contribution points? Lu Ming asked. Many places had similar requirements. None of them. Chui Wei shook her head and said, you need purgatory points. Purgatory points? Lu Ming and Xiao Yu were puzzled. What were purgatory points? In the Great Void Imperial Academy, you can't fight. However, there is a place called the Purgatory Arena. You can fight to your heart's content there. Many geniuses will go there to temper themselves. Most importantly, you can hide your identity in the Purgatory Arena and not be recognized by others. After fighting in the Purgatory Arena and winning, you can obtain Purgatory points. Purgatory points are used to cultivate in the Divine Statue Garden. Chui Wei explained. I see. What a strange rule. Lu Ming mumbled. Forget it, let's go somewhere else to cultivate. Lu Ming said. He would first familiarize himself with the place and increase his strength before going to the Purgatory Arena to fight and obtain Purgatory points. Otherwise, even though Lu Ming had obtained third place, it would be dangerous for him to go to the Purgatory Arena. One had to know that the previous batch of students had cultivated here for many years. Who knew what cultivation they had reached? There are many cultivation sacred grounds in the Great Void Imperial Academy, but there are only a few famous ones. They are the Divine Statue Garden, the Yin Yang Millstone, the Myriad Tribulation Pagoda, the Soul Refining Abyss, Chui Wei introduced. Among them, the Divine Statue Garden was a place to comprehend origin divine power and origin secret arts. The Yin Yang Millstone could temper one's divine power and divine body. It could even increase one's cultivation. The Myriad Tribulation Pagoda was a place to train one's combat ability and secret arts. The Soul Refining Abyss was a place to temper one's soul. The Purgatory Arena was a place to fight to the death and obtain purgatory points. In addition, there were also places to train one's refining skills, alchemy, formation, and so on. There were all kinds of sacred grounds here. Chui Wei brought Lu Ming and Xiao Yu around the Great Void Imperial Academy to familiarize themselves with these cultivation sacred grounds. Chapter 32-42. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon thanked Chui Wei. Without Chui Wei leading the way, they would have had plenty of time to explore the Great Void Sacred Institute. It's my honor to be able to befriend two peerless geniuses. If there's anything you need, feel free to send me a message. Chui Wei smiled. After exchanging their methods of communication, Chui Wei left. Young master, where do you want to go to cultivate? Autumn Moon asked. Let's go to the Yin Yang Millstone first. Lu Ming said. The Yin Yang Millstone could temper one's divine body and divine power. It could also raise one's cultivation base. If one's divine power and divine body were raised, one's combat strength would also increase. Of course, he would choose the Yin Yang Millstone. I want to go too. Autumn Moon nodded. Immediately, the two of them headed towards the Yin-Yang millstone. At the entrance of the Yin-Yang millstone, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were stopped. That was because one needed divine crystals to cultivate in the Yin-Yang millstone. Moreover, the number of divine crystals required was shockingly high. However, when the two of them showed their identity medallions, they naturally did not need to pay any divine crystals. So the two of you are the top 10 geniuses of this competition. You don't need to pay any divine crystals to cultivate in the Yin-Yang millstone. You can cultivate for as long as you want. These are 2 teleportation medallions. Take them. Cultivating in the Yin-Yang millstone is still a little dangerous. When you feel that you can't take it anymore, activate the teleportation medallion. It will bring you out. An old man guarding the Yin-Yang millstone handed Lu Ming and Autumn Moon a teleportation medallion each. The two of them put it away and thanked him. Then, they walked through the gate. Following a mountain path, they soon arrived at the peak of a mountain. In the center of the mountain, there was an unfathomably deep cave. Lu Ming saw that on the flat ground around the cave, there were many young men and women sitting cross-legged, cultivating. He also saw someone jump down from the cave and into the cave. On the flat ground, there were flashes of light and figures suddenly appeared. They were all as tired as dead dogs. The moment they appeared, they hurriedly swallowed elixirs to recover. Obviously, the Yin-Yang millstone was inside the cave. Some of them went in and some of them came out. These people have such profound cultivation bases. Lu Ming sensed a little and was secretly shocked. The auras of those young men and women were intimidating. Most of them were at the 3rd sky of King God realm. Some of them were even stronger than that. Almost all of these people were from the previous batch of geniuses who had joined the Taishu Imperial Family Academy. They had been cultivating in the Taishu Imperial Family Academy for many years, and their cultivation levels were unfathomable. It was said that the strongest group of people had already gone out to train. Those who were still in the Taishu Imperial Sacred Academy could not be considered very strong. That is, then, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were attracted by a huge stone tablet. Not far away, there was a huge stone tablet. It was tens of thousands of feet tall, and names appeared on it. Jingyu. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened because he saw a name at the top of the stone tablet. Jingyu. Jingyu's name was at the top. You must be new here. This stone tablet has the record of those who have cultivated in the Yin-Yang millstone for the longest time. In the Yin-Yang millstone, you have to bear a great pressure. No one can cultivate for a long time. Jingyu holds the record for the longest time. He cultivated for 999 days in a row. A young man explained. He was amazed at the end of his explanation. It's a record tablet. Lu Ming's heart jumped. He took a closer look and saw that there was a time record behind each name. Jingyu held the record. He cultivated for 999 days in a row in the Yin-Yang millstone. The second was 889 days, which was more than 100 days less than Jingyu. Lu Ming saw Blue Merchant's name at the 10th place. He had cultivated for 732 days. There were a total of 1,000 names on the stone tablet. Obviously, this was not the record of one batch of students, but the record of all the geniuses since the Taishu Imperial Sacred Academy was established. Lu Ming glanced at it and then walked towards the cave with Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, go for it. Young master, you too. The two of them smiled at each other and then jumped into the Yin-Yang millstone. The moment he leaped into the Yin-Yang millstone, Lu Ming felt a powerful force pulling him, causing him to fall rapidly. However, after a while, the falling momentum stopped. Thereafter, Lu Ming felt a terrifying force pressing on his body. His body trembled and almost exploded. He hurriedly circulated his divine power to block it. Only then did he feel slightly better. That is, afterward, Lu Ming looked around and his pupils involuntarily constricted. The world was filled with 2 different colors of light. One was red, the other was white. The 2 colors were 2 types of energy. These 2 types of energy occupied one side and formed 2 huge millstones. They were rotating slowly, as if they were going to crush everything. Lu Ming was still at the edge of the millstone, but he was being pulled towards the center of the millstone by a force. The closer he was to the center of the millstone, the more terrifying the crushing force was. Lu Ming's divine power trembled. Is this the yin-yang millstone? It's terrifying. I have to block it, Lu Ming growled. All his divine power exploded. His ancient god heart was beating violently. His muscles bulged and he used all his strength to defend himself. At this moment, Lu Ming followed the force and entered the center of the two millstones. Suddenly, Lu Ming's body trembled violently. The divine power around him kept vibrating. A terrifying force rushed into his divine power defense and crushed his divine body. It was as if it was going to tear his divine body apart. Waves of pain spread throughout his body. Block it, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and resisted with his divine power and divine body. The millstone kept rotating. The two types of energy intertwined and crushed Lu Ming's body. Persevere, persevere, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and persevered. Unknowingly, he had been cultivating in the yin-yang millstone for 2 hours. Lu Ming felt that his divine body was about to collapse. There was a tearing pain. In this place, divine power couldn't defend against all the forces. No matter how strong one's divine power was, there would be a force that would rush into the divine power defense and attack the divine body. If the divine body wasn't strong, no matter how strong one's divine power was, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Nestle, this is too difficult. It's only been 2 hours, but I feel like 2 years have passed. How did Senior Jingyu persevere for 999 days? It's amazing, Lu Ming exclaimed. However, at the same time, he also realized the benefits. In the process of persevering and being crushed by the yin-yang millstone, there was a mysterious force that seeped into his divine body and divine power. It made his divine body and divine power stronger slowly. This speed of improvement was many times faster than when he was cultivating step by step outside. It's really effective. Let's continue, Lu Ming continued to grit his teeth and persevere. 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, soon, Lu Ming had persevered in the yin-yang millstone for 2 days. Chapter 32-43. After 2 days in the yin-yang millstone, Lu Ming had reached his limit. Cracks began to appear on his body. He looked like a cracked porcelain that would shatter at any moment. Pain and fatigue were intertwined. Lu Ming wanted to have a good sleep. If this continued, he would really be crushed to death by the yin-yang millstone. It's about time. Let's go out first. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and took out the teleportation talisman. He injected his divine power into it and a force enveloped Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming disappeared from the yin-yang millstone and appeared outside the entrance. Hoo-hoo, as soon as he came out, Lu Ming gasped for breath. He then took out a few divine pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He then sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the universe myriad Dao technique. There were experts from the Great Void Imperial family guarding this place. No one dared to cause trouble here, so he could recover to his heart's content. After 3 days, Lu Ming had completely recovered to his peak state. He was in great condition. My cultivation and divine body have improved a little. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After 2 days of grinding, his cultivation base and divine body had improved a little. It was very difficult to improve one's cultivation after reaching the Divine King realm. Every step required a lot of energy and resources. He had only cultivated for 2 days. It was very rare for him to make such progress. Continue. Lu Ming rushed into the yin-yang millstone again and started the hellish cultivation. The second time, Lu Ming persisted for a little longer. He lasted for 3 days. It's only been 3 days. Senior Jingyu has lasted 999 years. The difference is too big. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. What he didn't know was that there were very few people who could last more than a day in the yin-yang millstone. Many people could only last for a few hours on their first or second time. There were even some who could last for a few minutes before being defeated. After 3 days, Lu Ming came out and continued to recover. He felt that his cultivation and divine body had improved a little. Then, he continued to enter. Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated in the yin-yang millstone wholeheartedly. Every time he reached his limit, he would come out and recover when he was tired. Day after day, year after year. Slowly, Lu Ming could last longer in the yin-yang millstone. From the first 2 days, 3 days, 10 days, 20 days, cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had cultivated in the yin-yang millstone for 100 years. At this time, he could last 3 years in the yin-yang millstone. His harvest was also huge. Not to mention other things, his god body had become 1 level stronger. His muscles, bones, and internal organs had become more tenacious and powerful. His ancient god heart was beating with vigorous vitality. The stronger the divine body, the more stamina he had. When he used the ancient god body, he could last longer. At the same time, when he activated the battle formula to increase his fighting power by 5 times, he could last longer. Lu Ming's cultivation level had also improved significantly. He had reached the 2nd heaven of the king god realm. He only cultivated for 100 years and reached the 2nd layer of the king god realm. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He was very satisfied. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye for a king god realm warrior. It was too short. Ordinary king god realm warriors needed 10,000 years to break through 1 level. It could take hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years. However, Lu Ming could break through 1 level in 100 years. Moreover, he cultivated 10 different kinds of divine power at the same time. This speed was already terrifying. Of course, it was related to his innate talent. He also needed the measure character formula to refine the energy of the stellar nucleus and the yin-yang millstone. That was why he could break through so fast. After breaking through to the 2nd king god realm, Lu Ming's fighting competence had increased by 1 level. Unfortunately, the origin of the divine power didn't increase. To break through to the 3rd king god realm from the 2nd king god realm, even with the help of the yin-yang millstone, I'm afraid it will take me at least 300 years. I'm not in a hurry. I should go to other places to cultivate, Lu Ming pondered. He waited here until Autumn Moon came out of the yin-yang millstone. Then, he and Autumn Moon left this place and went to the next holy place to cultivate. The next holy place was the Soul Refining Abyss. The Soul Refining Abyss could train the soul. Moreover, they used to cultivate in the Soul Refining Abyss for free because they were 10. In the following period of time, the 2 of them cultivated in the Soul Refining Abyss to refine and cleanse their souls, making their souls stronger. The stronger the soul, the stronger the spiritual consciousness. If they met someone from the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion who could affect the soul, their soul defense would be stronger. After cultivating in the Soul Refining Abyss for a while, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon went to another holy place to cultivate, the 1000 Tribulation Tower. In the 1000 Tribulation Tower, they could cultivate divine skills and secret techniques. Just like that, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon went back and forth between the holy places to cultivate. Other people had to pay a price to cultivate in these holy places. However, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon did not need to pay at all. They used these resources to improve themselves, enrich themselves, and make themselves stronger. They were improving rapidly in all aspects. Soon, they entered the Great Void Imperial Family's holy court. 300 years had passed. My origin divine power factor did not improve much. Only the primordial dragon energy has awakened it. Lu Ming pondered. Among the 10 types of divine powers that Lu Ming cultivated, only the Dominator's divine power had awakened the divine power of origin factor twice. The other 7 types of divine powers had awakened the divine power of origin factor once. There were also 2 types of divine powers that had not awakened the divine power of origin factor. After all these years of cultivation, the primordial dragon energy had finally awakened the origin divine power factor. Now, only the divine I heavenly energy had not awakened the origin divine power factor. However, Lu Ming felt that it was too slow. He was eager to go to the Garden of Gods to cultivate. With my current battle strength, I should be able to get some points if I go to the Purgatory Arena. Lu Ming thought. After Autumn Moon finished her cultivation, he would tell Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon agreed readily. She also wanted to get some points and go to the Garden of Gods to cultivate. The Garden of Gods had such strict requirements. The effect would definitely be extraordinary. Lu Ming was full of expectations. Immediately, the two of them moved and went to the Purgatory Arena. Brother Lu Ming, Miss Autumn Moon, Lu Ming and the others were on the way to the Purgatory Arena when they heard someone calling them. It was Cui Wei. Miss Cui Wei, what a coincidence. Lu Ming greeted with a smile. It is indeed a coincidence. Are you going to the Purgatory Arena? Cui Wei smiled. Yes, let's go to the Purgatory Arena and see if we can earn some Purgatory points to cultivate in the Garden of Gods. Lu Ming said. What a coincidence. I'm going to the Purgatory Arena too. Why don't we go together? Cui Wei said. That's great. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, the three of them went to the Purgatory Arena. Soon, a few huge buildings appeared in front of them. These buildings all looked like arenas. There were a total of 3 of them, and they were all connected together. Chapter 32-44. The Purgatory Arena is divided into 3 areas according to cultivation base. 1st to 3rd layer of King God Realm are divided into one area, 4th to 6th layer of King God Realm are divided into another area, and 7th to 9th layer of King God Realm are divided into another area. People with the same cultivation base can only fight in a certain area. For example, from the 1st to the 3rd King God layer, they can only fight in the 1st area. Of course, they can also go to the 2nd and 3rd areas. That's just courting death. And those with higher cultivation bases can't enter the lower areas to fight. Cui Wei explained. So, there are different areas. Lu Ming was moved. It was a pity. If he had known that there were different areas, he would have come to the Purgatory Arena to fight. He wasn't afraid of anyone from 1st to 3rd layer of King God Realm, unless he encountered a monster like Dijiani. Brother Lu Ming, which area are you going to? Cui Wei asked. The 1st area, of course. Lu Ming said. The 1st area was for 1st to 3rd layer of King God Realm, the 2nd area was for 4th to 6th layer of King God Realm, and the 3rd area was for 7th to 9th layer of King God Realm. You can get a mask when you enter the Purgatory Arena. Wearing this mask can hide your identity. Therefore, when you fight in the Purgatory Arena, people won't know who you are. Cui Wei said. The 3 of them entered the 1st area and were stopped by the guards. They filled in their information and received a Shura mask each. After putting on the Azura mask, a mysterious energy spread out from the mask, turning into a black fog that shrouded their bodies. Lu Ming looked at Chiu Yu and Cui Wei. He could barely see their figures and knew that they were women. However, the color of their clothes and their appearance were all covered. Even his spiritual consciousness couldn't see through them. Not bad. Lu Ming smiled. It was best if they could hide their identities to gain points. Lu Ming had many enemies. If they couldn't hide their identities, he was afraid of being targeted. Moreover, there was a number on each of their Shura masks. Lu Ming was 11111, Autumn Moon was 11112, and Cui Wei was 11113. Putting on their masks, the 3 of them walked in. The Purgatory Arena was actually an arena. There was a huge fighting ring in the middle. Around the fighting ring, there were rows of seats and many spectators. However, those who entered this place were all wearing Azura masks. It was impossible to recognize their true appearances. At this moment, the crowd was cheering. 2 figures were fighting fiercely in the fighting ring. The faces of the 2 people fighting could not be seen clearly, but it could be seen that they were both men. One was tall and sturdy, while the other was tall and thin. The 2 of them were engaged in an intense battle. Their cultivation bases were at the third king god realm, and they had awakened the god power of the origin. In fact, being able to enter the Great Void Imperial Academy was a testament to one's talent. After cultivating in the Great Void Imperial Academy for so many years, most people would be able to awaken their divine origin power. The two of them fought for more than 100 moves. In the end, the tall and thin man was defeated. He found a chance to rush down the fighting ring. In the end, he was pushed down from the fighting ring. Number 3689 wins. This is 3 consecutive wins. You get 3 purgatory points. A deep voice reverberated in the arena. The points here are calculated according to the number of wins. You get 1 point for each win. If you get 2 consecutive wins, you get 2 points at once. Plus the previous points, you get 3 points. If you get 3 consecutive wins, you get 3 points at once. Plus the previous points, you get 6 points. So on and so forth. Cui Wei sent a message to Lu Ming and Autumn Moon to explain. Lu Ming understood. In this place, the more consecutive wins, the more points one would get. However, the battles here are not limited to one person. If someone gets too many consecutive wins, the manager of the Purgatory Arena will arrange for many people to join hands to fight against one person. For example, if someone gets 50 consecutive wins and continues to fight, he may face many people joining hands to fight against him. It is said that the record in the Purgatory Arena is held by Jingyu. His highest record is to challenge 99 experts at the same time. Cui Wei continued to explain. Jingyu again. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He found that many records in the Great Void Imperial Academy were held by Jingyu. It could be seen how amazing Jingyu was in the past. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the first in the history of the Taishu dynasty. Fighting 99 people at the same time. Really amazing. Lu Ming sighed. One should know that everyone here was a genius. It was extremely terrifying to be able to fight 99 people at the same time. Of course, it also depends on luck. If you encounter a genius of the same level as you, you naturally can't challenge so many people at the same time. Cui Wei smiled. Then, Cui Wei introduced the rules of the Purgatory Arena. There were no taboos in fighting in the Purgatory Arena. One was responsible for his own life and death. No one would care if he died in the arena. At the same time, admitting defeat with one's mouth was not considered as admitting defeat. If you couldn't win and wanted to admit defeat, you had to rush down the arena to admit defeat. Only then would your opponent stop chasing you. Number 3689, do you want to continue? The deep voice sounded. Yes. Number 3689 replied. Let me fight you. As soon as number 3689 finished his words, a figure rushed up to the arena from the stands. Everyone saw that the number on his mask was 5555. Kill. Without saying anything more, the two of them started to fight fiercely. Both of them were in the third king god realm. The battle was extremely fierce. After more than 100 moves, number 5555 won, ending his opponent's 3 consecutive victories. However, although number 5555 had defeated his opponent, he was injured and did not continue to fight. Young master, let me try. Qiu Yu sent a message to Lu Ming. He was eager to try. Go, be careful. Lu Ming reminded him. Don't worry. Qiu Yu smiled and flew up, landing on the arena. Then, her aura diffused. She had the cultivation base of the third king god realm. There was a gap between the third king god realm and the fourth king god realm. It was not easy to break through. After years of cultivation, Qiu Yu had reached the peak of the third king god realm. She was only one step away from the fourth king god realm. Qiu Yu had been in the fourth king god realm for 100 years. However, Lu Ming estimated that Qiu Yu would break through soon. Look at her body. She's a girl. Huh, I like to bully girls. Leave it to me. A rough voice sounded, and then a figure landed on the fighting ring. Girl, I don't want to kill you. Get out of the arena. The man shouted and threw a punch at Qiu. He was also in the third king god realm. Swish! Qiu slashed his saber and broke the man's defense. That person let out a blood-curdling scream as his body flew backwards and landed heavily on the battle stage. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a saber mark appeared on his chest. His entire body had almost been split in half. Chapter 32:45. Qiu Autumn Moon defeated her opponent in one move. Of course, Autumn Moon had shown mercy. Otherwise, she could have killed her opponent in one move. Get out of here, Qiu Autumn Moon said. She changed her voice to make it sound cold. That person hurriedly ran out of the fighting ring. Number 11112 wins. You get 1 purgatory point. Do you want to continue? A deep voice sounded. Yes, Qiu Autumn Moon said. In the next moment, another person rushed to the fighting ring and fought with Autumn Moon. However, he was easily defeated by Autumn Moon. To be honest, not many people could be a match for Autumn Moon at the same level. Qiu Autumn Moon had lost to Su Wuya because Su Wuya had reached the 4th king god realm. If they were at the same level, Autumn Moon could probably defeat Su Wuya. But now, Qiu Autumn Moon had reached the peak of the 3rd king god realm. After 300 years of cultivation, she had improved in all aspects. She was even stronger now. Even though they were at the same 3rd king god realm, she could easily defeat her opponents. Not long after, Qiu Autumn Moon had won 50 consecutive battles. With 50 consecutive victories, Qiu Autumn Moon had earned 1,275 points. 1 point was enough to cultivate in the Garden of Gods for a day. With 1,275 points, she could cultivate for a few years. These points are pretty easy to earn. Lu Ming muttered to himself. If other people heard this, they would probably vomit blood. Others had to fight for their lives to earn 1 point. It also depended on their luck. If they were careless and met a ruthless person, they could lose their lives here. How was it easy to earn? The spectators were dumbfounded. What a terrifying genius. She won 50 consecutive battles. It's been a long time since such a terrifying genius appeared in the first area. That's right. Since the top geniuses reached the 4th king god realm, no one has been able to win 50 consecutive battles. Many people were discussing. It wasn't that no one had won 50 consecutive battles. Some of the top geniuses from the previous batch of students had done that. However, after they had broken through to the 4th sky of the king god realm, no one could do that anymore. Could he be one of the top prodigies among this batch of new students? That's right, that's for sure. I heard that there are quite a few terrifying geniuses among this batch of new students. They're ridiculously strong and have surpassed many of the previous batches. Some people even say that this year's batch is the strongest in history. This person must be a top-notch genius among the new students. There were sounds of discussion all around. Number 11112, do you want to continue? The deep voice sounded again. Fight. Autumn Moon wanted to continue her challenge. Alright, but I need to make some arrangements. Not long after, a total of 3 figures rushed onto the fighting ring. As expected, the Purgatory Arena began to arrange for more people to challenge the Mid-Autumn Moon. Apparently, under the 4th sky of King God Realm, no one could be Qiu's equal match. They had to arrange a group battle. However, even if the 3 of them joined hands, they were still no match for the Mid-Autumn Moon. The Mid-Autumn Moon's winning streak was still ongoing. The number of people the Purgatory Arena sent out was increasing. At first, there were 3, then 4, and then more than 20. Many people gasped in astonishment. Those 20 people were not ordinary people. They were all the top geniuses. Each of them was very strong. Even though they had joined hands, they were still no match for the Mid-Autumn Moon. After that, the Mid-Autumn Moon had won 100 consecutive battles before he stopped. He had consumed a lot of his god power. After winning 100 consecutive battles, the Mid-Autumn Moon had gained 5,050 points. This made countless people's eyes burn with passion and envy. 50 points were enough for him to cultivate in the statue garden for more than 10 years. After the mid-autumn moon had finished his challenge, he went back to the stands. "Hey, pretty girl, can you sell me some points? I'm willing to pay you a lot." "Move aside, pretty girl. Sell me some points. I'm willing to pay you anything, including my body, get lost." Shameless. Instantly, many people surrounded the mid-autumn moon, wanting to buy his points. It was noisy. The purgatory points could be bought and sold. "I'm not selling." The mid-autumn moon's face was cold, and his body emitted cold killing intent. Those people could only shut their mouths. "I'll give it a try." Lu Ming smiled. With a flash of his body, he dashed into the fighting ring. After dashing into the fighting ring, Lu Ming released his cultivation level. The aura of a second-layer King God Realm Cultivator was fully revealed. Second-layer King God Realm Cultivator. Great, he's mine. Immediately, someone's eyes lit up and he dashed into the fighting ring. Judging by his figure, he was also a burly young man. He was about 3 meters tall, so he should not be a human. His aura was also that of a second-layer King God Realm Cultivator. Boom! He took a step forward, causing the ground to rumble. Then, he dashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a long spear and thrust it out, exchanging blows with the man. There was a loud explosion and both of them retreated a few steps at the same time. "What a powerful strength!" Lu Ming exclaimed. He seemed to be very serious. Of course, Lu Ming was faking it. If he was serious, he could easily kill his opponent. However, if he showed his strength at the beginning, what if the people behind him did not dare to accept his challenge? Therefore, he decided to keep a low profile at the beginning and show his weak cultivation. That way, he could attract more people to challenge him. When he won more battles in a row, he would gain a lot of points. Therefore, Lu Ming pretended to go all out and fought fiercely with the burly young man. After exchanging dozens of blows, Lu Ming finally blasted the other party out of the arena with one shot. He looked as if he had barely won. Number 11111 wins. You get 1 point. Do you want to continue? A deep voice sounded. Yes. Lu Ming pretended to take a few deep breaths and said, "This guy's strength is average. I'll fight him." Immediately, a man rushed to the fighting ring. He was also in the second King God realm. His fighting capacity was stronger than the previous one. Then, Lu Ming pretended to fight with him for dozens of moves and knocked him off the fighting ring. After the fight, he looked like he was about to die. As expected, someone else continued to challenge him. Just like that, Lu Ming won 15 battles in a row. After each battle, he looked like he was about to die. However, every time someone went up to him, he would knock them off the fighting ring. Finally, the others felt that something was wrong. F***CK. Is he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He looks like he's about to die every time. However, the stronger people are defeated by him. This guy is definitely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. How insidious. The crowd cursed. However, some people didn't believe it. I don't believe that his fighting capacity is weak. I'll go and fight him. Another man rushed to the fighting ring and fought with Lu Ming. However, he was still defeated. Even if someone in the third King God realm went up, the result would be the same. However, there were still people who went up to challenge Lu Ming. Most importantly, Lu Ming was gentle. All the challengers were knocked off the fighting ring at most. He didn't kill anyone. If Lu Ming was cruel and merciless, there wouldn't be so many challengers. Chapter 3246. Soon, Lu Ming's winning streak reached 50 consecutive victories. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Let me tell you, I can't take it anymore. Lu Ming shouted. Bah, shameless bastard. Someone reprimanded. They were 100% sure that Lu Ming was pretending to be weak to take advantage of others. He was astonishingly powerful and deliberately lured others to challenge him. Lu Ming rubbed his nose speechlessly. It seemed like he had to wait for the purgatory arena to arrange for more people to challenge him. "I'll fight you." At this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a figure dashed onto the fighting stage. Judging from his figure, he should be a skinny young man. Lu Ming frowned. He didn't know why, but he felt a sense of danger from this young man. Lu Ming's spiritual senses were sharp. Under normal circumstances, his senses wouldn't be wrong. Swoosh. At this moment, the young man's figure flashed and charged at Su Mo. His speed was shocking. Like a ray of light, a terrifying saber light burst out and slashed at Lu Ming's head. This was a killing move. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. What a strong killing intent. He wants to kill me. Lu Ming's heart jumped. He waved his spear and blocked the young man's attack. With a clang, the young man's figure flashed and appeared behind Lu Ming. He slashed again. Lu Ming swept his spear, but the young man's figure flashed again and appeared in another direction. Swoosh. 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 Saber light flashed. Hundreds of saber lights surrounded Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming's divine force burst out. A huge spear light swept out. Previously, Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength. Now that he had activated the battle character art, his divine force surged and he wanted to send the young man flying. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The other party's saber gleam suddenly surged. A shocking saber gleam was extremely terrifying. It broke Lu Ming's spear gleam in an instant and charged toward Lu Ming's head. Sixth King God Layer. Lu Ming roared furiously. He was furious. That man's cultivation base had reached the sixth King God realm. He had been hiding all this time, and now he had suddenly erupted. He clearly wanted to put Lu Ming to death. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to withstand it and would be killed. However, Lu Ming had been keenly aware of the danger from the beginning, so he had always been on guard. Boom! Lu Ming exerted all his power and instantly transformed into a green-armored ancient god. At the same time, the gate of domination appeared in front of him. At the critical juncture of life and death, Lu Ming couldn't care less about hiding his identity and used his full strength. Clang! The blade light slashed against the sovereign's door, and the sovereign's door shook violently. Cracks appeared on its surface, and then it exploded. Poochie! The remaining blade light slashed onto Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated rapidly. Lu Ming was in his green-armored ancient god form, but the green scales on his body had been cut open, and there were streaks of blood. Lu Ming retreated hastily, trying to get out of the fighting stage. Die! His opponent shouted. The blade light expanded and turned into a shocking blade light that charged towards Lu Ming. His opponent's combat strength was extremely strong. Not only had his cultivation base reached the sixth King God realm, but his origin divine power factor had also awakened twice. Even though Lu Ming had broken through to the second King God realm, he was still no match for him. Overlord God Spear. Lu Ming roared and used the Overlord God Spear. He thrust it out and stabbed at his opponent's blade light. At the same time, the ice chains flew out and formed a shield in front of him. However, his opponent's blade light was terrifying. It broke through the ice chains and collided with the Overlord God Spear. The Overlord God Spear shook violently, and cracks appeared on its surface. Kacha! The Overlord God Spear began to crack inch by inch. However, he managed to block his opponent's attack. Fortunately, Lu Ming had broken through to the second King God realm. If he was still in the first King God realm, he would have been killed by his opponent's blade light. At this moment, Lu Ming made use of this pressure to retreat rapidly and dashed out of the fighting ring's perimeter. However, his opponent did not plan to stop. He charged towards Lu Ming again, and his blade light flashed. It was terrifying. He did not want to compete with Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. All of this happened too quickly, too quickly. The surrounding people were all stunned. Young master. Qiao Yu was even more shocked. He rushed towards Lu Ming, trying to help Lu Ming. However, it was too late. His opponent's third blade light slashed towards Lu Ming. Block it. Block it. You must block it. Lu Ming shouted. As long as he could block this attack, he would be saved. The Purgatory Arena had its rules. Although people with a high cultivation base could watch, only those below the fourth king god realm were allowed to fight. This person had obviously violated the rules. The experts of the Purgatory Arena would definitely take action. As long as he could block his opponent's attack, he would be saved. At this moment, Lu Ming's spirit, energy, and energy were all concentrated. Battle character art, increase fighting strength by 5 times, ice chain, divine dragon dharma idol. Lu Ming shouted in his mind. At this moment, he had triggered the battle character art to increase fighting strength by 5 times. After hundreds of years of cultivation, the battle character art had increased the chances of triggering the battle character art. It was now 1 in 10. At this moment, as he was fully concentrated, he succeeded in triggering the battle character art. At the same time, 49 nine-clawed dragons appeared in the void. This was the result of Lu Ming's recent cultivation. His divine dragon dharma idol art had also made great progress. He could now create 49 nine-clawed dragons at once. 9 ice chains also flew out. As for the overbearing God's Spear and the God's Gate, although he could regenerate them, Lu Ming had just been defeated. It was impossible for him to regenerate them at once. In the measure character art, an endless stream of God power rushed into Lu Ming's body, turning into various attacks. Die! The opponent roared. The saber light slashed down, creating a violent explosion in the air. The ice chains and the 9-clawed dragons exploded one after another. In the end, the saber light landed on Lu Ming's body. Fresh blood splattered and green scales flew everywhere. Lu Ming's body was almost cut into 2. Deep wounds appeared on his body. Lu Ming vomited blood. He was severely injured. Die! The opponent roared. He was anxious. He didn't expect that with his fighting strength, he wouldn't be able to kill Lu Ming with 3 consecutive attacks. He circulated his god power and slashed again. How dare you! A furious roar was heard. The powerhouse guarding this place finally made his move. A huge claw appeared in front of Lu Ming and shattered the saber gleam. Then, the palm pressed down on that person's body. That person spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured and could not move. Phew! Lu Ming let out a long breath. He was finally saved. He couldn't maintain his ancient god body anymore. He transformed into his human form and fell to the ground. Young master. At this moment, Qiao Yu rushed over and held on to Lu Ming. Tears welled up in her eyes and she was about to cry. Chapter 32:47. I'm okay. Lu Ming smiled at the autumn moon. Then, he took out a healing pellet and swallowed it. He refined the pellet and stabilized his wounds. Luckily, Lu Ming's god body was strong. His vitality was abundant, so he could recover quickly. Lu Ming. That's Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming, the one who came in third among the new students, Lu Ming. At this moment, the scene was noisy. Many people recognized Lu Ming. After all, many senior students had come to watch the competition held by the Taishu dynasty. Later on, Lu Ming had used the God's Door and the overbearing God's Spear. Finally, some people recognized him. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His aura was intimidating. His cold eyes gazed at the man who had tried to kill Lu Ming. He waved his hand and the man's mask flew away, revealing his face. It was a skinny young man with a pale face. It's Fu Jian. Seeing his face, some people screamed in fear. Speak. Why did you sneak into the first area? The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Elder, you misunderstood me. I saw that his cultivation base was profound and he was strong. I was itching to fight with him. Fu Jian revealed an ugly smile as he quibbled. Nonsense. At this moment, Lu Ming tried to stabilize his wounds. He stepped forward with a cold face. Did you want to fight with me? You want to kill me? I'm sure you know who I am. Speak. Who sent you here? And, how did you know who I am? Apparently, the other had come here to kill him. He had used his killing moves to kill him. Everybody knew that the Purgatory Arena had a rule that warriors above the third King God realm couldn't join the fights in the first area. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. If the other didn't have a purpose, why would he take the risk? It was impossible. Apparently, the other had known his identity first. That was why he had taken action. His purpose was to kill him. But, how did he know that he was Lu Ming? Looks like my identity has been exposed. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He continued to stare at Fu Jian and coldly shouted, Who sent you here? As I said, I was just itching to spar with you. Fu Jian still refused to admit it. Elder, this person is obviously spouting nonsense. I suggest that we search his soul to see who sent him here. Lu Ming suggested to the middle-aged man. These words caused Fu Jian's expression to turn extremely ugly. All right. The middle-aged man nodded. His eyes were cold as he said, Such behavior is really bad. We must punish him severely. Otherwise, the rules of the Purgatory Arena will be abolished. I will search his soul. After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and a wave of energy enveloped Fu Jian. He was about to search his soul. No, don't, Fu Jian roared, his face filled with terror. In the next moment, his head exploded like a watermelon. Fu Jian died on the spot. Restriction, damn it. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. A restriction had already been placed in Fu Jian's soul. Once his soul was searched, his head would explode. Who is it? Lu Ming frowned. Who wanted to kill him? He thought of the people from the Imperial Advisor's residence, the Lan family, or the abysmal Heavenly King's residence. It must be his enemy. Damn it, those who come to the arena must be strictly checked in the future. Also, those who violate the rules will be killed without mercy. The middle-aged man roared as his cold eyes swept around. Many people shuddered at the thought of this. Then, the middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming and said, Are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you, Elder. Lu Ming said. That's good. Go get your points and go back to heal your injuries. The middle-aged man said. Lu Ming nodded and returned with Chiu Yu. Brother Lu Ming, are you all right? At this time, Cui Wei flew over and asked with concern. I'm fine. Lu Ming nodded and did not say anything. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This time, only he, Chiu Yu, and Cui Wei knew his identity. When Lu Ming went on stage, he did not use any of his classic secret techniques. Therefore, it was impossible for others to guess his identity from his actions. Then, there was only one possibility. Someone among them had exposed his identity. Chiu Yu could not have done it, so it could only be Cui Wei. No wonder Cui Wei took the initiative to befriend them when they just entered the Great Void Imperial Academy and enthusiastically introduced everything about it to them. This time, they came to the Purgatory Arena and happened to meet Cui Wei. Was it really a coincidence? I won't point it out. Let's see how you play. Lu Ming snorted in his heart and did not point it out. Chiu Yu's eyes flickered a few times, but he did not say anything. When they came to the gate, the guard gave Lu Ming and Chiu Yu a jade talisman each containing their purgatory points. With this jade talisman, they could go to the Divine Statue Garden to cultivate. Miss Cui Wei, we're going to the Divine Statue Garden to cultivate. Do you want to come too? Lu Ming asked hypocritically. Oh, no. I don't have many points left. I'll train in the Purgatory Arena for a while and accumulate some points before going. Cui Wei said. Then I'll take my leave. Lu Ming said and left with Qiu Yu for the Divine Statue Garden. Seeing Lu Ming and Qiu Yu leave, Cui Wei's eyes flickered a few times before she disappeared. Young master, you must have been betrayed this time. I suspect it's Cui Wei. Why didn't you point it out? Qiu Yu asked Lu Ming. She was smart and also thought of this point. There's no evidence. What's the use of pointing it out? I'd like to see who sent her. Lu Ming sneered. Then, the two of them returned to the hovering palace where they lived. After returning to the floating palace, Lu Ming calmed down and healed his injuries. Soon, more than 10 days had passed. Lu Ming's injuries had healed and he had recovered to his peak state. Then, he went to the Divine Statue Garden with Qiu Yu. Young master, I'll give you some points. Qiu Yu said. No need. You can keep them. When I run out of points, I'll go and earn more. Lu Ming smiled. The two came to the entrance of the Divine Statue Garden and handed over their jade talismans to the expert guarding here. 1 point for 1 day of cultivation. Go in. After checking it, the expert returned the jade talismans to them. The two entered the Divine Statue Garden. Not long after, they came to a spacious area. There was nothing else in this area other than the gigantic statues of gods. Primordial statues, so many of them. Lu Ming looked around. There were many primordial statues here. Some were tall and some were short. They were very similar to the one he had obtained. However, the primordial statues here emitted a strange fluctuation. It was similar to what he felt at the Myriad Deity Cliff in Xingyue Ancient City. Below these statues, some young people could be seen sitting cross-legged, quietly cultivating. Chapter 32:48. In the God Statue Garden, there were many God statues, and each of them was emitting a mysterious wave of energy. My primordial God statue is considered tall here. It's just that it hasn't been consecrated. What a pity. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Then, he and Autumn Moon came to a tall god statue and sat down cross-legged. Although there were many god statues in the God Statue Garden, there was no rule about which god statue they had to cultivate. No matter what kind of divine power they cultivated, they could choose any god statue and cultivate. When their minds entered the ethereal state, Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a starry sky. Roar! Lu Ming heard a terrifying roar. He saw many huge primordial divine spirits fighting in the starry sky. Primordial divine powers were surging. This scene was exactly the same as what he had experienced on the Myriad Deity Cliff in the Star Crescent Ancient City. Countless ancient gods were fighting. If they wanted to cultivate any divine power, they would have to find the corresponding divine power. Let's find the divine heavenly power first. Lu Ming thought to himself. Now, he only had the divine heavenly power that he cultivated from the divine heavenly skill that had not awakened the divine power origin factor. Therefore, he planned to awaken the divine heavenly power origin factor first. Soon, he found the corresponding divine power. A huge primordial divine spirit, like a huge python, had eyes all over his body. When the eyes opened and closed, they emitted terrifying divine lights. He was fighting with another primordial divine spirit. Swoosh! One of the divine lights pierced towards Lu Ming and turned into ancient runes, trying to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming shouted and used all his strength to fight back. These ancient runes were formed by the primordial divine powers that corresponded to the divine heavenly power. In the process of fighting, Lu Ming's understanding of the divine heavenly power deepened rapidly. When he was at the Myriad Deity Cliff in the Star Crescent Ancient City, there were rows of stone platforms. The 3 platforms at the top had the best effect. Lu Ming discovered that the effects of cultivating here were equivalent to the effects of the 3 stone platforms at the top of the Myriad God Cliff. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation was much stronger than before. The higher one's cultivation base was, the stronger one's control over divine power would be, and the clearer one's understanding would be. Naturally, one would be able to comprehend the divine power origin factor faster. Therefore, the speed at which Lu Ming comprehended the heavenly eyes was shockingly fast. It was much faster than when he was at the Myriad God Cliff. Of course, there was still a huge difference in speed compared to the Bone Sword tribe's sagely Heaven Jade Annulus. However, Lu Ming had only spent a month to break through the bottleneck of his divine eye heavenly energy, successfully awakening the ultimate God essence factor. After his divine eye's heavenly energy had awakened his origin God energy factor, Lu Ming started to comprehend the Overlord's God energy. However, the process of going from one awakening to 2 awakenings was much slower, and the difficulty of comprehending it was 100 times greater. The difficulty of going from 2 awakenings to 3 awakenings was even more shocking. For example, Di Jianyi, Su Wuya, Yi Jifan, Chu Qingkong, and the rest of the top geniuses had only awakened their origin God energy factor twice. None of them had awakened their origin God energy factor thrice. This showed how difficult it was. In fact, almost no one below the 3rd layer of the King God realm could awaken their origin God energy factor thrice. Lu Ming's sovereign God energy had already awakened twice. It was too difficult for him to awaken it thrice. Lu Ming decided to put aside his sovereign God energy for now and cultivate other divine powers. He would wait until his other divine powers had awakened their 2nd awakening. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Lu Ming had used up all his purgatory points. Let's go to the purgatory arena again. Lu Ming left the God statue garden and went to the purgatory arena again to participate in the battles. Since the incident with Lu Ming, the management of the purgatory arena had become stricter. There were a few Sur God realm experts guarding the arena at all times. They had to scan every challenger with their spiritual consciousness. With their cultivation base, if they scanned carefully with their spiritual consciousness, they would definitely be able to see the opponent's cultivation base. Once they found a challenger whose cultivation base exceeded the rules, they would immediately take action to suppress or even kill the challenger. This prevented people like Lu Ming from being assassinated by high-level experts. This was also good. Lu Ming could fight without worry even if his identity was exposed. Once Lu Ming used his full strength, almost no one could defeat him. Soon, he had won 50 consecutive battles. Then, the Purgatory Arena arranged for more challengers to fight. However, they still couldn't stop Lu Ming. 60 consecutive victories, 70 consecutive victories, 80 consecutive victories. Soon, he had won 100 consecutive battles. At this time, Lu Ming had to face the attacks of 30 experts at the same time. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He held the overbearing god spear in his hand and swept away thousands of enemies. The spear radiance burst out, blowing the geniuses out of the arena one by one. Not long after, the 30 experts were all sent flying by him. What a terrifying fighting strength. Lu Ming's strength is really astonishing. No wonder he is the new number 3. Recently, the first area has been swept away by the new students. Previously, Di Jianyi, Chu Qingkong, and the others had won more than 100 consecutive battles. We can't go on like this. We can't do anything about it. Every time a new student joins, there will be a group of top geniuses who will sweep away the Purgatory Arena. After they break through to the 3rd realm of the King God realm, they will go to the 2nd area. The first area will be much better. Yeah. Moreover, this batch of newcomers is even more terrifying. We should just bear with it. Many people sighed. However, Lu Ming's challenge didn't stop. His winning streak continued. In the end, Lu Ming had won 150 consecutive battles. The number of people besieging him had reached 50. These 50 people even formed a great formation. Lu Ming finally felt the pressure. After exchanging a few hundred moves, he finally defeated his opponent and won 150 consecutive battles. At this moment, Lu Ming's purgatory points had reached 11325. These points were enough for Lu Ming to cultivate in the God Statue Garden for more than 30 years. Lu Ming finished his challenge and went back to the God Statue Garden to cultivate. Just like that, Lu Ming's days were peaceful again. He went to different cultivation holy lands and cultivated peacefully. Just like that, another 100 years passed. It had been 400 years since Lu Ming had joined the Great Void Imperial Sacred Institute. At this moment, Lu Ming received a message from Blue Merchant. Lu Ming disguised himself and left the Great Void Imperial Sacred Institute to meet with Blue Merchant. Lu Ming, you have been in the Sacred Academy of the Great Void Royal Family for 400 years. According to the rules of the Sacred Academy of the Great Void Royal Family, you will be sent out to carry out a mission when you reach the age of 500. However, I'm worried that the Grand Preceptor's residence, the Lan family, or the War God clan will harm you while you're away. You have to be prepared. Blue Merchant warned him. He was quite worried. Don't worry, Lan Shu. I'll be careful. Lu Ming nodded. Over the years, I've refined some formation flags, talismans, and other items. Take them and distribute them to Autumn Moon and Ling. You can use them to protect yourself when you're carrying out missions. Blue Merchant handed Lu Ming a storage ring. Chapter 32:49. Lu Ming took the storage ring from Blue Merchant and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He found that it was filled with array flags, array discs, talismans, and other items. Each of them shone brightly and were extraordinary. Blue Merchant's soul power was already very strong. Ever since his stellar core was destroyed, he had been studying arrays and equipment. He was very skilled in this field. Thank you, Lan Shu. Lu Ming thanked him. Go, but be careful. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming bade farewell and headed to the Great Void Imperial Court. Kid, I can teach you how to refine some things for self-defense. Gu Mo's voice sounded along the way. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. Gu Mo's origin was mysterious. He was definitely an old monster who had lived for countless years. The things he said would definitely be extraordinary. Lu Ming still remembered that when he was in the Kongxian school, he was controlled by the Dragon Mountain. At that time, his cultivation was still very weak. Gu Mo taught him how to refine some array discs and successfully tricked the Dragon Mountain. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly, the things he refined would definitely be more extraordinary. Then, Gu Mo told Lu Ming a lot of materials and asked him to buy them. Lu Ming disguised himself and went to a market in the Saint Capital to buy materials. The Great Void Saint Capital was extremely prosperous. There were even other empires of the same level, ancient countries, sacred dynasties, and ancient races that came to do business. It really had everything. Soon, Lu Ming bought a lot of materials and almost emptied Lu Ming's fortune. After returning to the Great Void Imperial Court, Lu Ming began to refine. After refining, Lu Ming found Autumn Moon and Lan Ling and gave them some array discs and array flags for self-defense. Then, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. Just like that, 100 years passed. It had been 500 years since Lu Ming joined the Great Void Imperial Court. At this time, every new student received the news that they would be sent out to carry out a mission. Not everyone's mission was the same. Some were the same, while others were different. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling looked at each other and realized that their missions were different. The three of them bid farewell to each other. Lu Ming followed the mission's instructions and came to a large hall. There were already thousands of young geniuses gathered here. Obviously, these people had the same mission as Lu Ming. After a while, a few old men walked into the hall. Your mission this time is to go to the Black Jade Gold Mine and guard it for 100 years. This time, we will escort you there. Let's go. One of the old men said and then walked out. Everyone followed the elders and headed towards the Black Jade Gold Mine. In a courtyard within the Crown Prince's manor, Dark Knight Rose slowly drank wine and said softly, "Sent to the Black Jade Gold Mine? Hee, Lu Ming, then the Black Jade Gold Mine will be your burial ground. Imperial Advisor's residence, Wu family. Black Jade Gold Mine? That's a good place. Lu Ming, let me send you on your way." Deep within the Wu family, a voice whispered. At the same time, the Lan family, War God family, and abysmal heavenly king's residents all received the news that Lu Ming would be guarding the Black Jade gold mine for 100 years. All the major forces started to take action. The Black Jade gold mine was located in the north of the Great Void Imperial Court. If they took the teleportation portal, it would take a long time. Therefore, they entered a wormhole and traveled through the void before taking the teleportation portal to the Black Jade gold mine. A month later, a huge planet appeared in front of them. Wormholes are faster. If we took the teleportation portal, it would take a few years. Lu Ming exclaimed. Unfortunately, there weren't many wormholes in the Taishu dynasty and they couldn't be everywhere. Wormholes were generally formed naturally by heaven and earth. However, some powerful forces had the ability to create their own wormholes. That was terrifying. At least, the Taishu dynasty couldn't do it. The Black Jade gold mine wasn't on a planet with life but a resource planet. There was a lot of Black Jade gold ore on it. Black Jade gold was the best material for refining divine artifacts. Let's go. An old man in the lead dove down toward the Black Jade gold planet. Soon, they saw a huge mine. There were countless people working in the mine. Lu Ming glanced around and found that most of the people working were tall, burly, and ferocious-looking creatures. Barbarian tribe. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he recognized them. In the south of the Taishu dynasty, there was a powerful tribe called the Barbarian tribe. The Barbarian tribe was very powerful. Their overall strength wasn't much weaker than the Taishu dynasty and they occupied a vast galaxy. The Barbarian tribe often attacked the Taishu dynasty. Therefore, there was a large number of troops stationed in the south of the Taishu dynasty and they often fought with the Barbarian tribe. The Barbarian tribe in the Black Jade gold mine were captured from the battlefield and forced to do hard labor. There were soldiers in armor patrolling all over the Black Jade gold mine. If any Barbarian tribe wanted to resist, they would kill them directly. The Black Jade gold mine was guarded by an army. The name of this army was very simple. It was called the Black Jade Army. For the next 100 years, Lu Ming and the rest would cooperate with the Black Jade Army and guard this mine for 100 years as a form of training. You all wait here. We will go to the general of the Black Jade Army to take over. An old man instructed them and then flew into the mine. Not long after, a group of people came and led Lu Ming and the rest to a place to stay. Lu Ming was assigned to a cave residence. This cave residence was actually a mine. It was quite large and the walls of the mine were black and extremely hard. Crack. 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 As soon as they entered the mine, Chocho flew out and opened his mouth, gnawing at the walls of the mine. Soon, he had gnawed a big hole in the wall. This guy, Lu Ming smiled. After so many years, Chocho's cultivation had improved greatly. He had broken through to the peak of the 4th King God realm. He was not far from the 5th King God realm. However, during this time, Lu Ming had been busy cultivating and had forgotten to take care of Chocho. He had not given Chocho much metal materials. Chocho was probably starving. Lu Ming let Chocho gnaw as he sat down cross-legged and rested. At this time, there was only one palace in the Black Jade gold mine. This palace was the residence of the general of the Black Jade Army, Biqua. In the main hall, Biqua was meeting with a skinny old man. Brother Lu, may I know why the crown prince is looking for me? The general of the Black Jade Army, Biqua, was a tanned man. He poured a cup of wine for the skinny old man and asked. The crown prince wants you to kill someone. The skinny old man took a deep breath and said slowly. Kill someone? Who? Biqua asked calmly. A student of the Great Void Imperial Sacred Academy. His name is Lu Ming. He is carrying out a mission in your Black Jade gold mine. He has to guard it for 100 years. Chapter 3250. A student of the Great Void Imperial Academy? Biqua's expression changed slightly. If news of such a prodigy being killed gets out, those old guys from the Great Void Imperial Academy will find trouble with me. Hee hee, don't try to play dumb with me. In the Black Jade gold mine, there are often riots from the barbarian tribe. There are even star-field bandits who come to steal black jade gold. Isn't it normal for a few people to die? When the time comes, just push them away. Also, the Crown Prince promised that as long as you kill Lu Ming, he will personally transfer you to the Saint Capital and make you the general of the Imperial Guards. The skinny old man said. What? The general of the Imperial Guards? Biqua's heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed. His eyes were burning with passion. He had spent enough time in this godforsaken black jade gold mine. Moreover, there was no future in this place. Where was the most promising place in the Great Void Divine Capital? Naturally, it was the Imperial Guards. Once he entered the Imperial Guards, his future would be limitless. Now, many of the generals who were in charge of the millions of troops were from the Imperial Guard. He dreamed of being transferred to the Imperial Guards. Don't worry. Brother Lu, please tell the Crown Prince not to worry. I will handle this matter properly and not leave any traces behind. Biqua said. That's good. The skinny old man took a sip of tea and squinted his eyes, emitting a shocking killing intent. Soon, Lu Ming had been in the black jade gold mine for a month. This month was very peaceful. Nothing much happened. Lu Ming's daily task was to patrol a corner of the mine for a few hours. After that, he could go back and cultivate. That was carefree. On this day, Lu Ming finished his patrol and returned to his cave abode. But as soon as he entered the cave abode, Lu Ming felt his heartbeat quicken and his hair stand on end. Danger. Lu Ming did not hesitate and moved a few meters to the side. Puchi. A blood-red blade light slashed at the place where Lu Ming was standing, creating a deep hole in the hard ground. That showed how powerful it was. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, then, several rays of saber gleams burst out and slashed toward Lu Ming from several directions. Chio, Lu Ming's heart stirred, and the ball on his wrist wriggled, turning into a suit of armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. Kill! Lu Ming burst forth. The Tyrant God's spear appeared and swept out. When the Tyrant God's spear swept out, there were also flashes of lightning that were incomparably dazzling as they bombarded the few blade lights. Clang! Clang! A series of collisions rang out, and several blade lights were swept away. Following that, the divine power in Lu Ming's body erupted, and the Tyrant God's spear turned into a resplendent rainbow light, shooting towards a certain direction. A blood-curdling scream rang out as a figure was struck by the Tyrant God's spear. The spear pierced through his body and nailed him to the wall of the cave. Their figures flashed, and a total of 4 black-clad men appeared around Lu Ming. Each of them held a scarlet saber in their hands. Not good, this person's strength is stronger than I imagined. Someone said solemnly. The person that Lu Ming had nailed to death was a 6th-layer King God Realm cultivator. Moreover, he had awakened his divine power origin factor once. Even though there were so many of them, he was still killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength was beyond their imagination. Naturally, they didn't know how much progress Lu Ming had made in the past few years. Currently, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd-layer King God Realm. The greatest improvement was in his various divine power origin factors. Now, he had awakened the origin divine power factor of all 10 types of divine powers twice. Yes, all 10 of his divine powers had been awakened twice. Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously. He could release terrifying power with just a slight movement of his divine power. With Chio's help, it wasn't too difficult to kill a 6th-layer King God Realm cultivator who had awakened once. Tell me, who sent you here? The Wu family, the Lan family, or the War God family? Lu Ming shouted coldly. Go to hell and ask. Kill. The remaining 4 people shouted coldly and continued to attack Lu Ming. They slashed out terrifying saber lights. The remaining 4 people were all 6th-layer King God Realm cultivators. One of them had even awakened twice. Being able to awaken twice at the 6th-layer King God Realm was already considered a genius. You're courting death. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The god's gate appeared above his head and pressed down. Then, the tyrant god's spear swept out. Lu Ming burst out with all his strength and used all his skills. With Qiuqiu's help, his fighting strength was shocking. Although the 4 black-clothed men were strong, they were still suppressed by Lu Ming. Bang! One of the black-clothed men was hit by the long spear and was sent flying. He crashed into the wall of the cave and his body exploded. He died on the spot. Then, the god's gate pressed down. The black-clothed man screamed and his body exploded. In an instant, he had killed 2 people. Fight him to the death. The remaining 2 people shouted. Their divine power ignited and they charged at Lu Ming like men on fire. Yin Yang God eyes. Lu Ming muttered. His eyes suddenly turned pitch black like 2 black holes. Runes suddenly appeared in front of the 2 black-clothed men. They were like threads that covered the 2 black-clothed men. The 2 black-clothed men didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies cracked into pieces and turned into ashes. The 5 black-clothed men who had come to assassinate Lu Ming were all killed. Ever since the sun and moon divine energy awakened the origin divine power, the yin-yang god eyes had become stronger. Lu Ming was overjoyed and his eyes returned to normal. The yin-yang god eyes required the sun and moon divine energy to control at the same time. Now that the 2 divine powers had awakened twice, its power was even more terrifying. Also, the divine eye's heavenly energy had an additional effect on the yin-yang god eyes. Now that Lu Ming had used the full power of the yin-yang god eyes, its power was even stronger than the origin's secret technique. The origin of this secret technique was shocking. Lu Ming had suspected that it had something to do with the divine eye's Lord of Heaven. However, Lu Ming had asked Autumn Moon and Autumn Moon said that there was no such secret technique in the inheritance of the divine eye's Lord of Heaven. However, it was very taxing to use it. Lu Ming's eyes were sore. Who sent these people? Lu Ming frowned. Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect you to grow so fast. At this moment, a cold laugh came from outside the cave. Who is it? Lu Ming shouted coldly and retreated. Swoosh! Swoosh! Their bodies flashed and a few more figures entered the cave. There were 3 of them in total. They were also wearing black robes but they were empty-handed. They didn't have any weapons in their hands. They were different from the previous group. Lu Ming, it seems that you've offended a lot of people. So many people want to kill you. However, these people are stupid. If they want to send someone, they should send someone stronger. They should send a few experts in the 6th King God realm. One of them sneered and stared at Lu Ming coldly. Chapter 32:51. Judging from the words of the man in black, he did not seem to be from the same group as the previous group. Who sent you here? Lu Ming asked coldly. Hee, it doesn't matter if I tell you. You are destined to die for killing the people of the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. The man in black in the middle sneered. You are from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. It seems like you are very confident that you can kill me. Lu Ming said. The fact that the other party revealed his identity showed that he was very confident. We have seen all your moves. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. One of the men in black sneered. Then, the 3 men in black emitted a powerful aura. Wisps of ghostly fog filled the air and pressed down on Lu Ming. 8th layer Divine King Realm, 7th layer Divine King Realm. Lu Ming's expression changed. One of the 3 assassins from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion was in the 8th layer Divine King Realm while the other 2 were in the 7th layer Divine King Realm. It was obvious that they had awakened their origin divine force factor. It would be easy for them to kill Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming could kill experts in the 6th layer Divine King Realm, there was a huge gap between the 7th layer Divine King Realm and the 6th layer Divine King Realm. The 7th layer Divine King Realm was a high-level Divine King. With Lu Ming's current strength, he was not a match for the 7th layer Divine King Realm experts, even if they were the most ordinary 7th layer Divine King Realm experts. Normally, it would not be difficult for those who had reached the 7th layer Divine King realm to awaken their origin divine force factor as long as their talent was not too bad. With such strength, there was no way they could defeat Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was already prepared. Swoosh! Lu Ming retreated quickly. Kill! The 3 assassins from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion charged at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hands and said, "Open." Buzz! 7 array flags appeared around the cave dwelling. As soon as the 7 array flags appeared, countless runes shone and formed a huge array. Puff! A godly light flashed and pierced through the body of an assassin of the 7th King God layer. Thud! His corpse fell to the ground. Damn it! That brat has already set up the formation. Let's go. The remaining 2 9 Heavenly King Mansion assassins were shocked and were about to rush out of the cave. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lu Ming sneered. With a wave of his hand, 3 array discs flew out, transforming into beams of light that wrapped around the 2 assassins. Then, the formation flag glowed. Another godly light flew out and killed another cultivator of the 7th King God layer. Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You have offended the 9th Underworld Heavenly King residence. Your fate is sealed. You will die without a burial ground. The remaining killer roared. His cultivation base was the highest, at the 8th Divine King realm. He was extremely strong. He struggled crazily, making the light around him shake violently, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. Now, the one who will die without a burial ground is you. Kill. Lu Ming continued to control the formation flag. A beam of godly light flew out and pierced the assassin's body. However, the assassin's divine energy was indeed strong. He did not die immediately and was still struggling. Kill. Lu Ming rushed over and controlled the Dominator's gate to suppress the assassin. Bang! The Dominator's gate hit the assassin's head with a loud bang. The assassin's head was not smashed open, but blood flowed out. An 8th Divine King Realm cultivator is so strong. Lu Ming was shocked. If he had not set up the formation flag and disc beforehand, he would have been in danger. At that moment, the formation flag glowed and another beam of godly light flew out. This time, it pierced the assassin's glabella and destroyed his soul. Finally, the assassin was killed. The 3 experts of the 9th Underworld Heavenly King residence were all killed. Fortunately, I have Lan Shu's formation flag and disc. Otherwise, would have been in danger. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. 2 groups of people. One group is from the 9th Underworld Heavenly King residence. What about the other group? The Lan family? The Wu family or the War God family? Lu Ming pondered. Cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. These people were still bent on killing him. When I rise in the future, these forces will all be wiped out. Then, Lu Ming kept the storage rings of the 2 groups of assassins. As for the corpses, he burned them into ashes. He searched the storage rings for a while but did not find anything useful. He also did not know which force sent the other group of assassins. It seems that the Black Jade gold mine is not safe. I have to be more careful in the future. I have to report this to the general here and ask him to send more people to guard. Lu Ming pondered and then walked out of the cave. He planned to find the general of the Black Jade army and tell him about this. However, when Lu Ming walked out of the cave for a while, he was shocked and stopped in his tracks. Something is not right. The battle just now should have caused some commotion. Why didn't the Black Jade army come to check it out? Lu Ming suddenly thought of this. He then looked around and realized that there was not a single Black Jade army in the vicinity. Usually, there would be many Black Jade army patrolling nearby. But now, there was not a single one. What's going on? Could it be that the Black Jade army knew that I would be assassinated and deliberately sent people away? Or is there another reason? Lu Ming frowned. He felt that this matter was not that simple. At this moment, Lu Ming saw some figures flying towards him. These people were wearing black armor. They were the sergeants of the Black Jade Army. They're here. Am I overthinking? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was puzzled. Lu Ming. The leader of the burly men flew over with a smile. General Song, you're looking for me? Lu Ming asked tentatively. This person was a deputy general of the Black Jade Army. That's right. The leader of the burly men nodded and said, the general asked us to find you and assign you a mission. He wants you to patrol a mine. Just patrolling the mine? Nothing else? Lu Ming asked. Nothing else. Deputy General Song shook his head. Lu Ming was puzzled. He thought that the other party was here to check on the movement just now. However, the other party did not mention anything. This made Lu Ming puzzled. All right, let's go. Lu Ming said. Then, he followed Deputy General Song and the rest into the mine. Not long after, they came to a mine. This mine was pitch black, and cold Qi constantly emitted from it. It felt incomparably horrifying. Why is there no one in this mine? Lu Ming asked. Oh, this is an abandoned mine. I thought that there was no more black jade gold. But recently, it was detected again. So, the general asked us to patrol it. Lu Ming, please. Deputy General Song said. General Song, you go first. I'm not familiar with this place. It's better to follow you. Lu Ming smiled. A cold light flashed in Deputy General Song's eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash. However, Lu Ming's spiritual senses were very sharp. He managed to capture this ray of cold light. There's killing intent. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. All right, let's go in first. Deputy General Song laughed and then walked towards the mine. Chapter 3252. Deputy General Song was the first to enter the mine. However, Lu Ming noticed that Deputy General Song was nervous. His eyes were bright as he stared at the mine as if he was afraid that something terrible would rush out. Moreover, divine power was surging in his hands. Apparently, he was ready to take action at any time. Furthermore, only a few of them followed Deputy General Song in. The remaining people stood behind Lu Ming, vaguely blocking Lu Ming's escape route. Lu Ming, please. A man in armor behind Lu Ming said. These people were terrifying. Their auras were dense. Lu Ming estimated that they were all above the 6th King God realm. All right. Lu Ming nodded silently. He stepped out and walked into the mine cave. As soon as he entered the mine, a cold wind blew on Lu Ming. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he couldn't help but shiver. The mine was gloomy and filled with Qi. Lu Ming felt like he had walked into a ghost town. Behind him, the men in armor followed. They scattered behind Lu Ming, their faces solemn. This mine is strange. Something is wrong. In Gu Mo's sea of consciousness, he heard the voice of Gu Mo, can you see anything? Lu Ming communicated with Gu Mo secretly. If I'm not wrong, many peerless experts have died in this mine a long time ago. Moreover, there are many of them. They are filled with resentment. I'm afraid there is a great danger. Gu Mo said. These people are indeed lying. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Deputy General Song said that this was just an abandoned mine. Now that they had discovered some ores, they were here to inspect. This was obviously a lie. This place was very dangerous. No wonder Deputy General Song and the others were so solemn. They were up to no good. Lu Ming was sure that these people were up to no good. Deputy General Song led the way. Lu Ming and the others followed behind. They slowly flew into the mine. The mine was very dark. There was no light. However, with their eyesight, they could see through it. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming saw a pile of mud on the side. Beside the mud, there were several skeletons lying there. The flesh and blood of an expert. That pile of mud is formed from the flesh and blood of a peerless expert. It contains a terrifying killing intent. Anyone who touches it will die. The bone demon cried out in alarm, appearing very serious. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. At this point, the expressions of Deputy General Song and company turned solemn. They stopped and looked in a certain direction. Lu Ming looked in that direction and his heart jumped because he saw a pile of corpses. There were barbarians, and there were also armored soldiers, but they were all dead. Their faces were filled with fear, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Deputy General Song, didn't you say that this is an abandoned mine? Why did so many people die here? Lu Ming asked in a low voice. Silently, a bunch of formation flags and talisman seals appeared in his hands. He. At this time, Deputy General Song sneered and said, Lu Ming, what do you think of this place? What do you mean? Lu Ming said in a low voice. It's very simple. This place will be your burial ground. How about it? Deputy General Song finally revealed a ferocious killing intent when he said this. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. You want to kill me? Why? Who sent you to kill me? I'll tell you so that you can give up. Naturally, it was General Biqua who sent us. He. Do you know why he chose this place? Because this is not an abandoned mine. It's a new mine, a newly discovered mine. However, this mine is extremely strange. Those who entered at the beginning all died mysteriously. No one will suspect you if you die here. Go in peace, ha. Deputy General Song kept sneering. This time, Lu Ming was really shocked. These people were actually sent by General Biqua of the Black Jade Army to kill him. Why did Biqua want to kill him? Among Lu Ming's enemies, who could command Biqua? Seeing Lu Ming's shocked expression, Deputy General Song felt very happy and carefree. To be honest, those who were sent to work in a place like the Black Jade Mine had basically lost all hope in the future. It was very difficult for them to advance. Therefore, when they saw a prodigy like Lu Ming, they were very unhappy. And when they saw Lu Ming's shock and despair, they felt very happy. To put it bluntly, they were perverts. Therefore, he took his time to recount the matter. He wanted to see Lu Ming's expression of despair and shock. What's that? At this time, Lu Ming suddenly looked behind Deputy General Song. His eyes widened, as if he had seen something terrifying. Deputy General Song's hair stood on end. His heartbeat accelerated. In great shock, he hurriedly turned back. This mine was too terrifying. When he brought Lu Ming in, he was already scared witless. At this time, it was completely a conditioned reflex. But when he turned back, he saw nothing. And Lu Ming seized the opportunity to attack. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 talismans flew towards the 7 or 8 armored burly men behind him. Explode! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice and more than 10 talismans exploded. In the instant that these talisman seals exploded, bursts of black lightning burst forth, enveloping 7 or 8 black armored burly men within. This was the 9 nether lightning talisman. It was not given to him by Blue Merchant, but taught to him by the Bone Demon. It was very powerful. The 7 or 8 armored burly men screamed. The bodies of the weakest ones exploded, and they died on the spot. Although the stronger ones managed to block it, they were seriously injured and coughed up blood. Kid, you're courting death. Deputy General Song finally reacted. He knew that he had been tricked by Lu Ming. With a roar, he punched out. A terrifying fist print blasted towards Lu Ming, causing the entire void to tremble. Although Lu Ming retreated rapidly, his speed was not comparable to the opponent's fist energy. Deputy General Song was a peak divine king. He was too powerful. At the critical moment, Lu Ming grabbed a handful of talismans and array flags and threw them out. 3 array flags landed in the air, emitting light. A strong light appeared in front of him. And those talismans formed all kinds of shields and iron walls. These were all defensive talismans. More than 10 layers of defense appeared in front of Lu Ming. And Lu Ming retreated rapidly, transforming into a green-armored ancient god. Ice chains and 9 layers of crimson gold armor appeared. However, Deputy General Song's fist energy was too terrifying. It crushed through. More than 10 layers of defense exploded one after another. In the end, there was still a terrifying force that bombarded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming grunted and retreated rapidly. More than 10 bones in his body were broken, and he vomited blood. The difference in cultivation was too great. If not for the more than 10 layers of talismans, this punch would have smashed Lu Ming into ashes. Even so, Lu Ming was seriously injured. "Kid, you must die today," Deputy General Song shouted coldly. He led the remaining armored burly men and charged towards Lu Ming. "Explode!" At this moment, Lu Ming shouted again. Boom! The pile of mud on the sides suddenly exploded. Chapter 32:53. When Lu Ming attacked just now, he had silently thrown a talisman seal onto the pile of mud. At this moment, he was pushed back by Deputy General Song and distanced himself from the mud. Without hesitation, Lu Ming formed a hand seal and the talisman seal immediately exploded. The talisman seal exploded like a bomb and the pile of mud splashed everywhere. Instantly, a series of screams rang out. The bodies of Deputy General Song and the armored soldiers had turned into beehives, with holes all over their bodies. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. The power of the mud exceeded his expectations. It was extremely terrifying. Like a bullet hitting tofu, it flew past the armored soldiers and left a hole in their bodies. Even Deputy General Song, who was a peak divine king, could not block it at all. Fortunately, Lu Ming was pushed back by Deputy General Song and was far enough away. Moreover, he was prepared and was not splashed by the mud. The armored soldiers who had their bodies pierced by the mud screamed miserably. A horrifying scene appeared. Their bodies quickly shriveled and rotted. In just a few breaths, only a skeleton was left. No, Deputy General Song's cultivation was higher and he lasted a little longer. He did not die immediately, but he could only watch as his body rotted. He was powerless to stop it. His eyes were filled with terror. "Damn it, damn bastard. You will die a horrible death. I will inform the general. You can't escape. You will come down to accompany me," Deputy General Song shouted hysterically. He took out a sound transmission jade talisman and sent out the news. Once the news spread, Deputy General Song's body completely turned into a skeleton. A peak divine king had fallen just like that. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." Lu Ming did not hesitate. After swallowing an elixir, he managed to stabilize his injuries. He then dashed out of the mine cave and rushed outside. He could no longer stay in the Black Jade gold mine. Lu Ming planned to leave. Even if he did not complete the mission, it was better to be punished by the Great Void Imperial Academy than to be killed here. However, Lu Ming did not fly far before his expression changed. Rumble. One after another, armored armies crossed the void, stomping on the void as they charged toward Yifutian. Not only that, but there were also armored troops flying over from other directions. The black mass of troops sealed off the entire void. Their auras were incomparably violent, blocking off all escape routes. The Black Jade army was mobilized. Boom! At this moment, in the depths of the mine, a terrifying aura shot up to the sky. The vast pressure enveloped the entire Black Jade gold mine. This was definitely a Divine Lord realm powerhouse. Moreover, he was not an ordinary Divine Lord. Among the Divine Lords, he was considered an expert. In the mine, countless slave miners trembled, their faces full of fear. "Damn it," Lu Ming bellowed, his expression extremely ugly. Deputy General Song was right. This matter was indeed ordered by the Black Jade Army's General Biqua. Otherwise, no one could mobilize so many Black Jade Army soldiers. Just who was commanding Biqua? At this moment, Lu Ming had no time to think. The way out had been sealed, and there was no way to escape. Enter that mine. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. That mine was extremely strange. Now, only that mine could help him. Otherwise, he would have no other way out. Although he had various array flags and talismans refined by Blue Merchant and some talismans refined by Bone Devil, those array flags and talismans were still effective against divine kings. Against divine lords, they were simply courting death. Lu Ming turned and left. He dashed toward the mine cave and dashed into it. He's there. Chase him. A group of armored troops saw Lu Ming and chased after him. However, when they reached the entrance of the mine, they stopped, their faces filled with fear. This mine was a newly discovered one. It was very strange and many people had died there. It made them feel terrified, so they did not dare to enter. After Lu Ming rushed into the mine, he began to think of a countermeasure. They will definitely come in. I can't just sit here and wait for my death, Lu Ming's mind raced. Kid, there are many things you can use in this mine. There's more than one pile of that mud. You can set up some killing traps, Bone Devil said, and then taught Lu Ming how to set up the traps. Lu Ming waved his hand and array flags flew to every corner of the mine. Then, with a flash of light, they hid themselves and disappeared. Lu Ming kept waving his hand. Array flags and array discs flew out continuously. Some talismans also flew to the mud. The talismans were light and floated above the mud. As long as Lu Ming controlled them, they could explode at any time. The mine was very big and had rugged rocks of strange shapes. The terrain was very complicated. After setting up, Lu Ming burned the remains of Song Bian and the others to ashes. Then, he found a secluded place to hide and waited quietly. At the entrance of the mine, more and more armored troops gathered and surrounded the mine. However, no one entered. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came. The armored troops took the initiative to move aside and a burly man strode over. This burly man was the general of the Black Jade Army, Biqua. General, that kid is hiding in the mine. Someone reported to Biqua. That kid thinks he can survive by hiding in the mine. What a joke. Biqua snorted coldly. His eyes were exceptionally cold. His original plan was to have Song Bian and the others lure Lu Ming into the mine and then kill Lu Ming. At that time, he could announce to the outside world that Lu Ming had barged into the strange mine and was killed by the strangeness of the mine. This way, it could be said to be flawless. He never expected that he would receive Song Bian's transmission. Song Bian and the others were all wiped out, but Lu Ming was not dead. He was immediately furious and led the army to block all the exits. That's good. This general originally planned to send people to explore the mine. Now, I can kill someone while I'm at it. Biqua sneered coldly. Then, he looked at the burly men of the Black Jade Army and said, Lieutenant Wei, Lieutenant Lu, you take people to kill that kid and then explore the mine. The burly men's faces changed. However, they had to obey Biqua's order. They could only brace themselves and take the order. Each of them took dozens of soldiers and stormed into the mine. There were a total of 3 deputy generals, leading close to 100 armored soldiers, entering the mine. The lowest cultivation base of these armored soldiers was at the 4th sky of the King God realm. They were the elites of the Black Jade Army. After entering the mine, they spread out carefully and moved forward slowly. Soon, they had moved forward a distance and entered the trap that Lu Ming had set up. Almost there. Almost there, Lu Ming hid in the dark, watching them silently. Slowly, one by one, the armored soldiers fell into the trap that Lu Ming had set up. Time to send you on your way. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a murderous intention. He made a hand seal. Chapter 3254. Lu Ming did not hesitate to make his move when the 100 armored soldiers entered the trap. He started to form seals with both hands. Suddenly, 13 array flags appeared in a corner. The array flags shone brightly. Runes intertwined and formed light swords. Swoosh. 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 The light swords flew out at an astonishing speed. Swoosh. Swoosh. Blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, 5 armored soldiers had their heads cut off and died on the spot. Be careful. A deputy general roared, and all the armored soldiers set up defenses around their bodies. However, Lu Ming continued to form seals with both hands. Array discs and array flags appeared from all directions. These array discs and array flags formed different kinds of arrays. Some arrays were used to trap the enemy. They flew out like chains and entangled the armored soldiers. Some arrays were used to confuse the enemy. They formed all kinds of illusory attacks and combined with the real attacks. It was impossible to defend against them. Miserable cries rang out one after another as the armored soldiers were killed one after another. Those below the 7th layer of the King God realm would not be able to withstand the attacks of the array flags and arrays. Only those above the 7th layer of the King God realm would be able to withstand them. Despicable bastards! Roared a few deputy generals. They were all peak King God realm cultivators. With a wave of their hands, they could release an unparalleled power that shook the mine. The mine was strange. It was extremely hard. If a peak King God realm cultivator attacked with his full strength, he could even destroy a planet. However, in this mine, he could only cause the mine to shake. With a wave of their hands, they destroyed the array flags and array discs. The armored soldiers who were above the 7th layer of the King God realm did the same. They blocked the attacks from all directions. Child's play, be destroyed. A deputy general shouted coldly and flicked his finger. Terrifying finger beams flew out and bombarded the formation flags and discs. Array flags and array discs exploded one after another. Have a taste of this. Lu Ming grabbed a bunch of talismans in his hands and threw them all out. These talismans were all 9 Serenity's lightning talismans. They were extremely powerful. Boom boom boom, a large number of 9 Serenity's thunder runes exploded, turning into rolling black thunderbolts that struck at all the armored soldiers. Instantly, some of the 7th sky of King God realm soldiers were hit by the explosion. They were severely wounded. Only those above the 8th King God realm could withstand it. Brat, I've found you. Die. A deputy general roared and charged towards Lu Ming. When Lu Ming threw the talisman, he was discovered. As soon as this deputy general rushed out, the other experts also rushed out. However, Lu Ming's expression was very calm. When he threw out the talisman just now, he was automatically exposed. Explode, explode, Lu Ming whispered when these experts had rushed a certain distance away. Then, a few rumbling sounds rang out. On both sides of the mine, there were 2 piles of mud with runes floating above them. The Black Cloud Army experts had not noticed them at all. The talisman's seal exploded and mud splattered everywhere. Every drop of mud exuded a terrifying killing intent that was countless times more terrifying than a bullet. Before the experts of the Black Cloud Army could react, their bodies had turned into sieves. The same went for the other deputy generals. As for Lu Ming, he had chosen the location beforehand. It was a blind spot, so naturally, he was not afraid. The experts of the Black Jade Army roared. Their bodies were being corroded rapidly. Some of the weaker ones died within a few breaths. Only 3 deputy generals were still trying their best to fight back. They wanted to retreat. Since you're here, then don't leave. Lu Ming said coldly. He rushed out and thrust his long spear at the deputy generals. Brat, son of a bitch, I'll kill you. The 3 deputy generals roared and charged towards Lu Ming. However, they were severely wounded. The mud was filled with terrifying killing intent. It was constantly corroding their bodies and devouring their vitality. Their strength was greatly reduced and they could not use much of their strength. Bam! The long spear pressed down and one of the deputy generals exploded. He died on the spot. Then, the long spear swept across and killed the other 2 deputy generals. Another 3 peak Divine King realm experts fell. They died aggrieved deaths. Such people, in the 9-Ju Heavenly King mansion, would be the family leader of a big family. But now, they were slaughtered by Lu Ming like sheep. With the death of the 3 deputy generals, more than 100 Black Jade Army soldiers were annihilated. Lu Ming's body flashed and he kept all the storage rings of the Black Cloud Army. He then pondered. The other party would most likely send more experts in. Peak Divine King realm experts were still manageable. If they sent Divine Lord realm experts, it would be troublesome. The power of this mud is terrifying. It would be great if I could use it properly. Lu Ming's gaze landed on the few puddles of mud. Although the runes had exploded a few times, only a corner of it was blown off. There were still many remnants. If this mud is attached to the divine weapon, then the divine weapon can become a great killing weapon. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took out a combat sword and controlled it to fly towards the mud. He then flew into the mud and wanted to get some mud on the sword. However, when the combat sword flew into the mud, the divine weapon was like ice meeting fire. It softened and turned into a pool of molten iron in a few breaths. So terrifying, Lu Ming frowned. He took out the combat sword from a deputy general's storage ring. It was a rank 9 divine weapon and was meant for peak divine kings. However, it melted. Lu Ming's heart ached. It would be great to give it to Qiu Qiu. It was gone just like that. Lad, this mud is definitely formed after the death of a terrifying expert. It contains the terrifying killing intent of those experts before they died. Every bit of mud contains terrifying power. Ordinary divine weapons can't withstand it. Gu Mo explained. What should I do? Oh yeah, the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming suddenly thought of the purple copper coffin. The origin of the purple copper coffin was unimaginable and mysterious. The material of the purple copper coffin was even more unpredictable. Anyway, no matter what Lu Ming did, he couldn't leave a mark on the purple copper coffin. Even Qiu Qiu would only break its teeth if it wanted to bite the purple copper coffin. Given the purple copper coffin's material, it should be able to withstand the mud. Let's give it a try. Now that it was a matter of life and death, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered. He took out the purple copper coffin from the Jingyu painting scroll. Lu Ming grabbed one end of the purple copper coffin. The purple copper coffin was extremely heavy. When Lu Ming first obtained it, he couldn't lift it at all. However, Lu Ming's strength had increased exponentially. He didn't have any problem lifting the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming grabbed one end of the purple copper coffin and placed the other end into the mud pile, submerging half of the purple copper coffin. Chapter 3255. After a while, Lu Ming took out the purple copper coffin. He found that the purple copper coffin was covered in mud, but it was completely fine. It's fine. It's fine. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The purple copper coffin was covered in mud and could definitely be a great killing weapon. Alright, I'll give you a surprise later. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he took out some seals and threw them at the mud, causing them to float above the mud. After making some arrangements, Lu Ming found a place to hide and continued to wait. Outside the mine, Biqua's face was extremely gloomy. Previously, they could still hear the violent rumbling in the mine, but after a while, all the sounds disappeared. Then, no one came out. It was eerily quiet. It was as if those people had disappeared. Many people were horrified. In their eyes, the mine was like a terrifying giant beast that was devouring all life. Anyone who went in would be devoured. That kid should have died in there too. A deputy general said with a trembling voice. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Biqua said coldly. Many people's faces were ugly. They did not dare to look at Biqua for fear that he would call them out. Let me go in. At this moment, a white-haired old man said. Many people's eyes lit up. This old man was a deputy general of the Black Cloud Army. The deputy general was second only to the general, Biqua. He was also a divine lord expert. In the Black Jade Army, Biqua was not the only Divine Lord expert. "All of you, follow me in." The Deputy General looked at some people. These people's faces changed slightly, but they still did not dare to disobey the order. In the Taishu dynasty, military orders were like mountains. Disobeying orders would be treated as treason and would only lead to death. However, with a Divine Lord expert going in with them, they were much more courageous. This time, with the Deputy General in the lead, more than 100 Black Jade Army soldiers entered the mine. They moved forward carefully. The Deputy General of the Black Jade Army set up a layer of defense in front of him. His spiritual sense swept out like a storm and found Lu Ming immediately. "That kid is there." The Deputy General of the Black Jade Army looked at the place where Lu Ming was hiding. The other members of the Black Jade Army sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming was still alive. Then where did the Black Jade Army go? How could it disappear without a trace? They felt a chill in their hearts. Humph, no matter what method he uses, only death awaits him. "Follow me closely," the Deputy General of the Black Jade Army said coldly. He slowly walked forward towards the place where Lu Ming was hiding. The other members of the Black Jade Army followed closely behind. They all set up heavy defenses and were on high alert. "Brat, come out and surrender yourself. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead," the Deputy General of the Black Jade Army said coldly. "Old man, come and catch me if you can. I'm right here. Come on," Lu Ming provoked. The Deputy General of the Black Jade Army was filled with killing intent. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He looked around and listened carefully as he slowly approached Lu Ming. The spiritual sense of a Divine Lord Realm expert was very sharp. He felt a sense of danger shrouding him. "Brat, I'll take you down later. I'll make sure you die a horrible death," the Deputy General of the Black Jade Army shouted coldly. He waved his hand and a few more divine artifacts appeared around him, surrounding him. "Kill." Then, he shouted coldly and was about to attack Lu Ming. "Explode, explode." At this moment, Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. Boom boom, the runes floating above the mud exploded. Suddenly, the mud splattered everywhere. Although the Black Jade Army had set up heavy defenses around their bodies, these defenses couldn't withstand a single blow. As the mud flew past, all the defenses were penetrated. Then, their bodies were also penetrated. "Ah ah ah," screams were heard. Many people's bodies were rapidly decaying. They finally knew why those people had disappeared. It was because of the mud. One after another, the Black Jade Army turned into skeletons and died here. "Damn it," the Deputy General of the Black Jade Army roared. As a Divine Lord Realm expert, he had set up heavy defenses earlier, so he wasn't so miserable. Although some of his defenses were penetrated, only a few drops of mud splashed on his body. However, it didn't penetrate his body. A Divine Lord Realm existence's divine body would undergo a qualitative change after a transformation. It was very terrifying and not something a Divine King Realm existence could compare with. When the mud splashed on his body, it only corroded a few big holes. The Deputy General of the Black Jade Army roared. He took out a sharp knife and cut off the corroded flesh. However, the mud was like a bone drill. It was difficult to remove. The places that were cut off were still corroding. The Deputy General of the Black Jade Army could only circulate his divine power to resist. "Brat, I'm going to cut you into pieces and make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead," the Deputy General of the Black Jade Army roared and charged towards Lu Ming. A terrifying knife light slashed towards Lu Ming. A Divine Lord Realm expert is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes turned solemn. However, he could only brace himself for the moment. He rushed out, lifted the purple copper coffin and smashed it towards the Deputy General of the Black Jade Army. Clang! The knife light of the Deputy General of the Black Jade Army slashed on the purple copper coffin and a violent explosion erupted. Bang! Lu Ming felt a terrifying force bombarding the purple copper coffin. Then, It moved along the purple copper coffin and blasted towards him. The bones in Lu Ming's hands were instantly broken. The purple copper coffin hit Lu Ming's chest and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lu Ming's body retreated rapidly and heavily smashed into the wall of the mine. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and was severely injured. A Divine Lord Realm expert was too strong. If he hadn't used most of his divine power to resist the corrosive power of the mud, Lu Ming would have been blown apart. However, although Lu Ming was miserable, the Deputy General of the Black Cloud Army was even more miserable. The battle knife slashed on the purple copper coffin. The mud stuck on the purple copper coffin flew towards him due to inertia. This move was completely out of the Black Jade Army's Deputy General's expectations. Therefore, he wasn't prepared and was instantly splashed with mud. Ah! The Deputy General of the Black Jade Army let out a deafening roar. His entire body was being corroded and was beyond recognition. It was a tragic sight. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He didn't care about his injuries and swung the purple copper coffin towards the Deputy General of the Black Jade Army. The Deputy General of the Black Jade Army instinctively raised his palm to block. When his palm hit the purple copper coffin, it was equivalent to hitting the mud. Suddenly, his palm burst open. There was no flesh and blood, only bones were left. Ah! The Deputy General of the Black Jade Army roared. He turned around and fled towards the outside of the mine. At this moment, the other members of the Black Jade Army were all dead. A few Divine King Realm experts were originally rushing towards the outside of the mine. However, before they could get out of the mine, they were corroded into skeletons. Chapter 3256. Outside the mine, Bi Kwa and the others were waiting, but not long after, they heard shrill screams coming from the mine, as if they had encountered something terrifying. W. R. N. Wayna. Kameni people shuddered, and a chill rose from the soles of their feet. One by one, they revealed a look of horror. What's in there? Many people's teeth were chattering. That kid is most likely dead. There were others who spoke, sounding the retreat drum, wishing to leave this place. Bi Kwa's face was gloomy. He had no intention of leaving. Lu Ming was related to whether he could be transferred to the Imperial Guard or not. It was related to his future. He could not give up. Suddenly, a figure rushed out. It was the Deputy General from before. It's Deputy General Sun, someone exclaimed. When everyone saw Deputy General Sun's miserable state, they all gasped and shivered. Miserable, too miserable. Deputy General Sun's face was completely unrecognizable. His body was riddled with holes. It was too miserable. Deputy General Sun was a Divine Lord realm existence. For a Divine Lord to end up in such a state, the mine was just too terrifying. Attack! Bi Kwa shouted. Divine power surged out of his body and poured into Deputy General Sun's body to help him resist the corrosive power. On the side, there were a few other Deputy Generals who also took action to help Deputy General Sun resist. After a while, the joint efforts of several Divine Lord experts finally blocked the corrosive power and forced it out of Deputy General Sun's body. Deputy General Sun's body began to wriggle, and the injuries that were riddled with holes immediately healed. A Divine Lord expert's vitality was extremely tenacious. Naturally, he would not die so easily. Deputy General Sun, what happened inside? Is that brat dead? Bi Kwa asked with a cold face. As for the Black Jade Army that entered and never came out, he was too lazy to care. He did not care about those who died at all. He's not dead. That kid is not dead, Deputy General Sun said. Everyone's face changed drastically. So many experts of the Black Jade Army had died, but that kid was still alive? How was that possible? What's going on? What did you encounter inside? Don't ask. It's like this. Immediately, Deputy General Sun explained the situation inside the room. That brat relied on that kind of mud to kill so many of us. That kind of mud should be the flesh and blood of top experts after they died. We didn't pay attention before, so we fell into his trap. Deputy General Sun said, his eyes extremely cold. Lu Ming actually made him so miserable. He wished he could chop Lu Ming into pieces. So that's how it is. Can a monarch-level divine weapon withstand that kind of mud? Don't ask. With a few monarch-grade divine artifacts, we should be able to block it. The purple copper coffin in that kid's hand is also stained with mud. As long as we are careful and block off a wave of mud attack, that kid is nothing to be afraid of. We can kill him with a flip of our hand. Deputy General Sun said. All right, this time, I will go in personally. All of you, come with me. Biqua said. After figuring out Lu Ming's trick, he finally decided to go in personally. At the same time, he called a few deputies and some existences above the 7th layer of the King God realm. This time, he had to kill Lu Ming and at the same time, investigate the mine cave thoroughly. Some top experts had died and turned into meat paste. They guessed that the mine was extraordinary and there might be opportunities inside. In the end, a group of dozens of people, all of whom were top experts of the Black Jade Army, entered the mine together. A few divine artifacts floated around them. These divine artifacts were monarch-grade divine artifacts, which were better than supreme-grade divine artifacts. They moved forward carefully and arrived at the place where Deputy General Sun and the others had been attacked. However, they didn't see Lu Ming. Did that brat enter the depths of the mine? Deputy General Sun asked. He also followed in. He had to kill Lu Ming with his own hands to relieve the hatred in his heart. Deputy General Sun's guess was right. Lu Ming had indeed entered the depths of the mine. After Deputy General Sun escaped, Lu Ming frowned. A Divine Lord Realm expert is indeed powerful. Even with this mud, I can't kill him. Moreover, my trick has been exposed. If a few Divine Lords come in, I will definitely die. Lu Ming muttered to himself as he tried to think of a solution. In the end, he decided to enter the depths of the mine. This mine was extraordinary and strange. He might find a chance to turn the situation around if he entered the depths of the mine. Before he left, he put away all the storage rings of the Black Jade Army. Then, he put some mud on one end of the purple copper coffin. After that, he put the purple copper coffin into the Jingyu painting scroll. After he was ready, Lu Ming went into the depths of the mine. Lu Ming was very careful. This mine was strange and who knew what dangers there might be. Moreover, he had Guo, the old fox. Under Guo's guidance, he avoided a few dangerous places and slowly went into the depths of the mine. The deeper he went, the thicker the Yin Qi became. Moreover, there was another aura in the Yin Qi. This is demonic Qi. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Yes, it is indeed demonic Qi. Guo replied. He was very sensitive to demonic Qi. Kacha. Kacha. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard the sound of metal clashing in front of him. Then, he saw a team appear in front of him. There were about a dozen people, all of them wearing black metal armor. Under the metal armor, there was no physical body, only a ball of flame. Ghost fire. This is a ghost soldier. Lu Ming was surprised to see a team of ghost soldiers here. Lu Ming had encountered similar ghost soldiers in the ghost region. However, the ghost soldiers here were a little different. In addition to the Yin Qi, there was also a demonic Qi around them. These ghost soldiers must have been experts of the demonic path when they were alive. There are many experts buried here. Guo said. Forget it, let's go over first. After Lu Ming said that, a black bone club appeared in his hand. This bone club was taken from the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. It was refined by an expert of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe and had a strong restraining effect on ghosts. As expected, after the bone club was taken out, it emitted a faint light. When the ghost soldiers were illuminated by the light, they retreated in fear and took the initiative to open a path. Lu Ming passed through without any danger. After that, Lu Ming met at least a few hundred ghost soldiers. However, Lu Ming used the bone club to open a path, so it was very smooth. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the depths of the mine. The deeper the mine, the more spacious the terrain became. Lu Ming did not know how far he had traveled, but he felt that he had arrived at the depths of the mine. There was a huge underground space here, like an underground world. Chapter 3257. The underground space was very spacious and quiet. There was no sound at all. We have reached the end of the mine. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. They had reached the end of the mine and could no longer advance. Then, could those ghost soldiers from before stop Bi Kwa and the rest? The answer was no. Those ghost soldiers would definitely not be able to stop Bi Kwa and the rest. Then, wouldn't Lu Ming have nowhere to go? Lu Ming gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Lu Ming planned to find a place to hide and set up a trap. No matter what, he would not allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. With a flash, Lu Ming headed to the right. This underground space was very spacious and filled with strange rocks. On the way, Lu Ming saw a pile of mud. Bone Demon told him that it was formed from the flesh and blood of a top expert. Lu Ming naturally left 2 runes on it. Along the way, Lu Ming flipped over many rocks. Suddenly, Lu Ming smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. That is, Lu Ming looked ahead and his eyes lit up. Up ahead, there was a tall hill. On top of the hill, there was a plant. It was a pitch-black plant. Its branches and leaves were pitch-black, but it had 2 milky white fruits. Yuan fruit. This is the Yuan fruit. Lu Ming could not help but exclaim. His eyes revealed a fiery radiance. He had once read in an ancient book that the Yuan fruit was a peerless divine fruit. The lifespan of living beings who consumed it would increase greatly. At most, it could increase one's lifespan by 1 stellar year. 1 stellar year was a very long time. It was equivalent to the lifespan of a star, which was 10 billion years. One had to know that the lifespan of a divine king could reach 5 stellar years at most. The lifespan of a divine lord was also limited. It was already not bad to have 10 stellar years. Such a lifespan was no different from immortality in a small kiliacosm. However, divine realm experts also needed a long time to cultivate. Usually, a seclusion could last hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Time passed very quickly. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, they would eventually die of old age. If news of the addition of a stellar year were to spread, many old men would definitely fight over it. With 1 more stellar year, his cultivation base might increase exponentially and his lifespan might be extended. These were priceless treasures, and there were actually 2 of them here. No wonder Lu Ming's eyes were burning. Lu Ming was about to rush up and pick them. Brat, if you want to die, go ahead, Gumo's voice rang out, stopping Lu Ming in his tracks. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. I feel that this hill is very terrifying. There's a great killing intent, Gumo said. Lu Ming broke out in a cold sweat. If this ancient bone devil felt a great killing intent, then it must be incomparably dangerous. Maybe we can trick those people. Lu Ming's eyes moved. His figure flashed, and arrived at the side of the hill. He found a secluded place to hide. Not long after, Bi Kwa and the others also arrived at this underground space. The faces of Bi Kwa and the others were extremely gloomy. Along the way, they had passed through several dangerous places and encountered those ghost soldiers. Those ghost soldiers would attack them as soon as they saw them. It was not easy for them to rush over, but they had also lost some people. This place is very big. Let's split up and search. Be on guard at all times to prevent that brat from sneaking up on us. Bi Kwa instructed. The group split into 3 groups and went to the left, right, and middle respectively. They spread out to search. Once they found Lu Ming, they were to contact him at any time and then kill him. One of the groups headed in the direction of Lu Ming. This group of people had 2 Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. One of them was precisely Deputy General Sunday. They kept moving forward. Not long after, they arrived at the vicinity of the hill. That's the Yuan fruit. Deputy General Sun and the others also saw the Yuan fruit. Their eyes were burning with passion. They were ecstatic. They did not expect to see the Yuan fruit here. In the Taishu dynasty, who knew how many old monsters who were nearing the end of their lifespans were hibernating, hoping to break through their cultivation base. If these Yuan fruits were taken out, those old monsters would go crazy. 2 Yuan fruits. How about the 2 of us take one each? Deputy General Sun suppressed the greed in his heart and looked at the other person. That was another Deputy General. His surname was Wang, and he was called Deputy General Wang. Okay, we'll take one each. Deputy General Wang nodded. As for the others, they could only sigh helplessly. The 2 Yuan fruits would definitely be divided between the 2 Divine Lord experts. There would be no share for them. All of you listen well. The matter of the Yuan fruit must not be leaked out. If anyone leaks it out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Deputy General Sun's gaze swept over the others. It was incomparably cold. Deputy General, I can swear that we will definitely not leak it out. Me too, I can also swear. The others also swore one after another. The Yuan fruit was too precious. Once it was leaked out, Biqua and the others would definitely ask for it. At that time, it would be inevitable that they would have to share it out. Deputy General Sun nodded in satisfaction. He exchanged glances with Deputy General Wang. Then, the 2 of them moved and rushed toward the hill. However, when the 2 of them rushed into the hill, their expressions changed drastically at the same time. They cried out in surprise and retreated out of the hill. Deputy General Sun, what happened to you? The others were extremely surprised. There were no abnormalities just now. Why did the 2 deputy generals have incomparably frightened expressions, their figures retreating rapidly? Deputy General Sun and Deputy General Wang looked at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Divine Lord Realm Expert's spiritual perception was very sharp. When they rushed into the range of the hill just now, a great crisis inexplicably appeared in their hearts. This kind of crisis made their hearts tremble. It was as if they would fall the next instant. Hence, they jumped back one after another. Nothing. Deputy General Sun shook his head. His eyes flashed and he said, "You guys, go up and pluck the Yuan fruit." Deputy General Sun looked at some of the other Black Jade Army members. "We're going?" Those Black Jade Army members' faces turned snow-white all at once. They were not fools. That kind of frightened expression of Deputy General Sun and Deputy General Wang just now was not faked. That hill definitely had danger. This wanted them to go and probe it out. That's right. You guys go and pluck it. Pluck the Yuan fruit and you'll be heavily rewarded. If you don't go, you're violating military orders. You should know the consequences. Deputy General Wang's figure moved slightly and blocked the back of those Black Jade Army members. His face was cold and the threat was self-evident. Those Black Jade Army members' faces were snow-white. If they did not go, they would probably be killed on the spot by the 2 deputy generals. All right, let's go. Those Black Jade Army members gritted their teeth and finally nodded. Dozens of Black Jade Army members moved together. Their bodies emitted various kinds of radiance. They took out various divine weapons and placed them around their bodies. Then, they formed a group and carefully walked toward the hill. When they stepped into the range of the hill, there was not the slightest danger. Everything was very calm. Deputy General Sun and Deputy General Wang looked at each other, bewildered. Could it be that they had sensed wrongly just now? Those Black Jade Army members also heaved a sigh of relief. They quickened their pace and continued to move forward. Chapter 3258. The Black Jade Army continued to move forward towards the peak of the hill. Soon, they were halfway there. "You. What's wrong with you?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed. A Black Jade Army soldier looked at another Black Jade Army soldier in horror. The Black Jade Army soldier's face turned gray and his body quickly shriveled. It was as if his essence chi had been sucked away. The Black Jade Army soldier widened his eyes in horror. He could only utter a few words before his body shriveled up completely. In the end, only a piece of human skin was left and it fell to the ground. Hiss! All the Black Jade Army soldiers gasped as a chill ran down their spines from the soles of their feet. Ah! Help! Help! Then, another Black Jade Army soldier screamed in horror as his body shriveled up rapidly. In the end, he too turned into a piece of human skin. It was horrifying. It was as if there was an invisible devil in the air that was devouring their flesh and blood. Lu Ming, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked as well. Cold sweat was dripping down his back. If he had walked into the hill rashly, he would not have ended up well. Run! The rest of the Black Jade Army soldiers screamed in horror as they turned around and tried to escape. However, in the process of escaping, a few of them shriveled up and turned into human skin. What was even more shocking was that as the other members of the Black Jade Army were fleeing, wisps of blood chi flew out from their bodies and entered the hills beneath their feet. These wisps of blood chi were formed from the essence, chi, and soul of the Black Jade Army. As the Black Jade Army soldiers ran away, their bodies shriveled up. Plop! Plop! In the end, all the Black Cloud Army soldiers ran to the edge of the hill and fell to the ground. Some of the weaker ones had their flesh and blood sucked dry. Help! Help! A few of the stronger ones were still alive. They stared at Deputy General Sun and Deputy General Wang with their eyes wide open and begged for help. However, Deputy General Sun and Deputy General Wang were indifferent as they watched coldly from the side. In the end, the Black Jade Army soldiers who had just stepped into the hill were completely annihilated and turned into dozens of human skins. What kind of hill is this? It's simply a demonic land. Lu Ming felt a chill in his heart. In his heart, this hill was even more terrifying than a demon. Why does it look like a huge tomb? Immediately, Lu Ming had a thought. The more he looked at the hill, the more it looked like a large tomb. That's right, this is a large tomb. There should be a great devil buried inside. Bone's voice rang out. Lu Ming felt his scalp go numb. His guess was correct. This hill was a tomb where a great devil was buried. After this great devil died, it could actually devour the flesh and blood of humans? What should we do? Deputy General Sun looked at Deputy General Wang. Their feelings were not wrong. This hill was truly terrifying. However, they were unwilling to retreat just like that. That was a single origin fruit. Its value was immeasurable. This was an exceptional opportunity. Let's join hands and use the Monarch Grade Divine Artifact to block it. We'll use our fastest speed to jump up the hill, pluck the Yuan fruit, and then retreat. We should be fine. Deputy General Wang said. Alright, let's do that. Deputy General Sun nodded. Then, the two of them each took out a divine artifact. It was a divine artifact that was used by Divine Lord Realm experts. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation. The Monarch Grade Divine Artifact floated beside the two of them and emitted a ray of light that shrouded them. Let's go. Then, the two of them moved and rushed toward the top of the hill. With their speed, they only needed a moment to rush to the top of the hill. However, when they rushed into the range of the hill, they seemed to be hindered by an invisible force. Their speed dropped drastically and it was almost the same as walking. Then, the Monarch Grade Divine Artifacts on both of their sides vibrated non-stop. Wisps of blood chi flew out from their bodies and entered the hill. Not good, retreat. Quick, retreat. This strange force has become stronger. The two of them shouted in horror. They did not dare to continue moving forward. Instead, they wanted to retreat. After all, they were Divine Lord Realm experts and their strength was too strong. In the end, they retreated from the range of the hill. However, their faces were pale and their auras were weak. It seemed like their vitality was greatly damaged. Damn it! What's in this hill? It seems to have become stronger. Deputy General Sun roared. In that short moment, he had lost a large amount of vitality. It would probably take a long time for him to recover. At this moment, figures rushed over from several other directions. It was Bi Kwa and the others. The screams of the Black Cloud army on the hill had obviously alarmed Bi Kwa and the others and attracted them over. That's the yuan fruit. Bi Kwa and the others saw the yuan fruit as soon as they arrived. Their eyes were burning with desire and they could not wait to take the yuan fruit for themselves. Some of them even wanted to rush up the hill. However, when they saw the human skins and scattered armor on the hill, they stopped in their tracks. What's going on? Where are the others? Bi Kwa asked. The others are all dead. They were eaten by the hill. Deputy General Sun said. His face was extremely ugly. This time, they had suffered a great loss. Since Bi Kwa and the others had come, they would definitely not be able to enjoy the yuan fruit alone. Moreover, they had lost a large amount of vitality. It was really a double loss. Immediately, they told Bi Kwa about the terror of the hill. After Bi Kwa and the others heard it, they were shocked. This hill looks like a large tomb. Could it be that a great devil is buried here, and its soul is still lingering after its death, trying to devour flesh and blood essence? Bi Kwa's eyes were solemn as he thought to himself. General, what should we do? The yuan fruit is rare. Since we have encountered it, it would be a pity to miss it. Another deputy general said. Of course we can't miss it. I happen to have a cross-zone bridge that can directly cross to the top of the hill and isolate the outside world. That power can't do anything to me. Bi Kwa smiled confidently. A cross-zone bridge? The eyes of the others lit up. Then, a colorful stone bridge appeared in Bi Kwa's hand. As he poured in his divine power, the stone bridge rapidly expanded. One end of the stone bridge extended to the top of the hill. Soon, a huge colorful stone bridge was formed from this side to the top of the hill. As long as they crossed the stone bridge, they would be able to reach out and pluck the yuan fruit. You guys, go up and try. Bi Kwa looked at the two Black Jade Army soldiers. Even with the cross-zone bridge, Bi Kwa was still worried. He would not take the risk so easily. Naturally, he would ask the others to go up and test it. The two Black Jade Army soldiers' faces were pale, but they did not dare to disobey Bi Kwa's orders. They could only brace themselves and carefully step onto the bridge. Their bodies were filled with divine power as they set up layers of defense. They stepped onto the bridge step by step and finally arrived at the top of the bridge. There was no problem at all. It's fine. Ha ha ha, it's fine. The two Black Jade Army soldiers were overjoyed. Bi Kwa was also overjoyed. He stepped forward and walked toward the bridge. Soon, he arrived at the middle of the bridge. However, at this moment, the entire hill shone. Black light spread out, and then ghost soldiers in black armor appeared. They stepped onto the bridge and charged toward Bi Kwa. Chapter 32:59. A group of ghost soldiers, wearing black armor and holding black spears, stepped onto the bridge and charged at Bi Kwa. They were very powerful. Bi Kwa was shocked and angry. He roared, and the entire mine shook violently. Terrifying divine power transformed into various attacks and blasted at the ghost soldiers. Those ghost soldiers were immediately scattered. However, the ghost soldiers scattered and turned into black light. Then, they condensed into even more ghost soldiers and charged at Bi Kwa. The number was several times more than before. The key was that these ghost soldiers did not die. They seemed to be formed by the black light. As long as they were scattered, they would condense into even more. The ghost soldiers blocked the way, and their divine power was very strong. Although Bi Kwa was powerful, he could not rush over quickly. Come and help me. Bi Kwa shouted at the other Black Jade Army. He wanted the other Black Jade Army to help him block these ghost soldiers so that he could rush over and get the yuan fruit. In the end, under the lead of some deputy generals, dozens of Black Jade Army experts stepped onto the bridge and came to Biqua's side to kill the ghost soldiers. This is a good opportunity. If I overturn this bridge now, what will happen? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The purpose of Biqua and the others was to kill him. How could Lu Ming miss a chance to counterattack? He did it as soon as he thought of it. Lu Ming restrained his aura and slowly slipped out from his hiding place. He held a talisman seal in each hand. When he neared the hill, Lu Ming waved his hands and threw 2 handfuls of talismans toward the cross-domain bridge. After throwing the talismans, Lu Ming turned and ran without looking back. Rumble. The talismans exploded. There were dozens of talismans in total, and all of them were 9 Serenity's lightning talismans. They exploded and turned into rolling lightning power that bombarded the side of the bridge. So many lightning bolts formed a powerful force that crashed onto the bridge. It was difficult for the bridge to stabilize, and it was directly overturned. Crash. The bridge was overturned. The people on the bridge lost their protection and were directly exposed under the hill. A terrifying power immediately spread out from the hill. Ah! Some of them screamed miserably as their bodies quickly shriveled up. In the end, they turned into human skin. Those Black Jade Army below Divine Lord Realm could not withstand the attack of this strange power at all. Their bodies were rapidly shriveling up. Moreover, after the hill absorbed the flesh and blood of the Black Jade Army, its power seemed to have become stronger. Even the Divine Lord powerhouses cried out miserably, panic-stricken. This was because they could clearly see blood energy flying out from their bodies and being absorbed by the hill. Retreat. Go. Biqua and the others roared and rushed out of the hill. As they rushed out of the hill, blood and chi flew out of their bodies continuously. The scene was quite spectacular. In the end, Biqua and those Divine Lord Realm Deputy Generals successfully charged out. However, the Black Jade Army below the Divine Lord Realm was completely wiped out. Lu Ming, you little bastard, you damned little bastard, Biqua roared furiously. His fury soared to the heavens, and he almost went crazy. Just now, he had hurriedly glanced over and saw a figure. It was Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming who threw out the seal and overturned the cross-domain bridge, causing him to lose a large amount of essence energy. Kill, we must find that little bastard and cut him into pieces, Biqua roared crazily. His eyes were red and he was about to find Lu Ming. But at this moment, his expression changed and he took out a voice transmission jade talisman. Because at this moment, someone sent him a voice transmission. Not only him, but the other deputy generals also received the voice transmission at the same time. They took out their voice transmission jade talismans and looked at it. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Damn it, the remnants of the previous dynasty are attacking the Black Jade gold mine at this time. Biqua roared in anger. He and the other deputy generals received the same news. The remnants of the previous dynasty were attacking the Black Jade gold mine. Little bastard, I will spare your life for now. Biqua roared. He did not dare to stay any longer. The remnants of the previous dynasty were not to be underestimated. Before the Taishu dynasty, there was a dynasty called the Saint Devil dynasty. The ancestors of the Taishu dynasty overthrew the Saint Devil dynasty and established the Taishu dynasty. However, the territory of the Taishu dynasty was too vast. It included a large number of starfields and galaxies. Such a vast territory had countless planets with life, resource planets, and countless small worlds. The universe was boundless. No matter how powerful the Taishu dynasty was, they could not control every inch of the universe. Therefore, there were many remnants of the Saint Devil dynasty who lived in the dark and fought against the Taishu dynasty. From time to time, they would attack some planets with life or resource planets to seize resources. The Taishu dynasty hated the remnants of the Saint Devil dynasty and killed them on sight. If the mine was occupied by the remnants of the previous dynasty, it would be a serious crime. As a general, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Now, he could only let Lu Ming go for now. It would not be too late to kill Lu Ming after defeating the remnants of the previous dynasty. Anyway, as long as he sent people to block the entrance of the mine, he would not be afraid of Lu Ming escaping. Let's go. Bikor roared and rushed out of the mine with the remaining people. Lu Ming threw out 2 talismans and ran away. He ran far away and found a secret place to hide. But after a while, he did not see anyone chasing after him. Lu Ming was surprised. He waited for a while, but still, no one chased after him. Did Bikor and his people all die on that hill? Lu Ming pondered for a while. He then restrained his aura and sneaked out, heading toward the hill. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the vicinity of the hill but did not see anyone. Where are they? They should not be dead. Lu Ming muttered. He speculated that Bikor and his lieutenants should not be dead from the scattered armors on the hill. This was because the deputy general and Bikor's armors were different from the rest of the Black Jade army. There was no deputy general level armor on the hill. Did they get scared and run away? Lu Ming continued to murmur. Boy, they did run away. They left here. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. This voice was unfamiliar. It was not the voice of Bone Demon or the measure formula. He had never heard it before. Who is it? Lu Ming was shocked. He jumped 3 meters high and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. However, there was no one, not even a shadow. Who is it? Come out, don't play tricks here. Lu Ming shouted coldly. A bright light appeared on his body, and he was ready to fight at any time. If I could come out, I would have come out long ago. Why would I talk so much nonsense with you? Look here, yes, it's here. That voice sounded again. In the end, Lu Ming's gaze landed on the hill. That was because the sound came from the hill. Nest, it's a zombie. Lu Ming jumped 3 meters high again and retreated a few hundred meters. According to Bone Demon, a great demon was buried in the hill, but now, the great demon spoke. Chapter 3260. Bullshit, you're the one who turned into a corpse. I'm not dead at all. An angry roar came from the hill. After all, Lu Ming was someone who had seen big scenes. He slowly calmed down. It seems that I miscalculated. The great demon in this hill shouldn't be dead. He wasn't buried here, but sealed here. Guemo said. Kid, do me a favor. At this moment, the voice came from the hill again. Help you? How can I help you? Lu Ming asked. Do me a favor and let me out. Although I've absorbed quite a bit of blood energy and managed to recover some of my strength, I still can't break the seal here. If you help me break the seal and let me out, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. The voice said. Let you out? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At the same time, he was shocked. It was indeed this great demon who had absorbed the blood and flesh of the Black Jade army. That's right. You've already helped me once just now by overturning their cross-domain bridge and letting me absorb a lot of blood and flesh. My vitality has recovered a little. You might as well be a good person and help me again. There are 4 altars around my hill. As long as you shatter these altars, the power of the seal will weaken, and I'll be able to break the seal and come out. The voice said. What's in it for me if I let you out? Lu Ming asked. As long as you let me out, I'll definitely give you a great opportunity. The 2 Yuan fruits at the top of the hill will be yours. Of course, there are other opportunities that you can enjoy for the rest of your life. The voice from the hill sounded again, full of temptation. This. I think I'd better forget it. I can't afford the opportunity that you're talking about. After Lu Ming said that, he turned around and walked out of the mine cave. What a joke. There was definitely a real great demon in this hill. Who knew when it had been sealed here by someone? However, there was one thing that was without a doubt. It was definitely extremely terrifying. It could be seen from the mine that many peerless experts had died in the mine. Their flesh and blood had turned into mud. It was already so terrifying. Also, that hill could devour people's flesh and blood. It would be dangerous even for divine lords to go up. What if this great demon was released and swallowed Lu Ming whole? Then, he would be wronged. Lu Ming would be a fool to let him out. Brat, don't go, damn it, come back, I will give you a great fortune, damned ant. Don't let me out, or I'll swallow you whole. That voice roared loudly. In the end, it directly cursed and then threatened. Lu Ming was unmoved. He quickened his pace and rushed out of the mine. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the entrance of the mine. Kill! Kill! As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the mine, he heard intense battle cries coming from outside. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting fiercely. The entire earth was shaking. Lu Ming was shocked. What happened outside? How could there be such intense battle cries? Could it be that Bi Kwa and the others left because of this? Lu Ming carefully walked to the entrance of the mine and found that there was no one guarding the entrance. It seemed that the battle was really intense. Otherwise, Bi Kwa would have sent people to guard the entrance. Lu Ming rushed out of the mine and was shocked when he saw it. A fierce battle had broken out in the entire mine. Above the sky, demonic chi billowed and battle cries resounded through the sky. Lu Ming saw a large number of Black Jade army in armor forming a battle formation and fighting fiercely with some experts surrounded by demonic chi. There was a battle in the mine and in the sky. Lu Ming even saw Bi Kwa leading some deputy generals and fighting with some powerful figures. It was hard to tell who would win. Obviously, there were also divine lords on the other side. Who are these people? Which force in the Taishu dynasty dares to attack the mine of the Taishu dynasty? Are they interstellar pirates? Lu Ming thought. There was no lack of bandits in the vast universe. These bandits were called interstellar pirates. They were all desperados and experts. Wait, in the Taishu dynasty, there is another force that dares to go against the Taishu dynasty. That is the remnants of the previous dynasty, the people of the Saint Devil dynasty. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The remnants of the previous dynasty and the people of the Saint Devil dynasty were no secret. He had been in the sacred academy of the Taishu imperial family for so many years and had heard about it many times. The Saint Devil dynasty mainly practiced demonic cultivation methods. Lu Ming felt that these people were really similar. At this moment, the entire mine was in chaos. As soon as these people attacked, the slave miners in the mine and the barbarian slaves all rioted and attacked the people of the Black Jade army, trying to take the opportunity to escape. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming moved and rushed in a direction. However, Lu Ming was attacked before he could go too far. A terrifying sound broke through the air and a strong wind pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. It was a barbarian. He was tall and strong with bulging muscles. He threw a punch at Lu Ming, full of explosive power. It was a second-level Divine King Realm barbarian. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took out his long spear and swept it out. The long spear hit the barbarian's fist. Bang! The barbarian was sent flying and broke a small mountain. However, he was not dead yet. He lay there and vomited blood. Is the divine body so strong? Lu Ming was also surprised. He had heard that the barbarian's divine body was extremely strong. With the help of some barbarians' secret techniques, their strength was amazing. In a battle of the same level, the soldiers of the Taishu dynasty were usually suppressed by the barbarians. Today, he saw that it was true. Just now, although Lu Ming had just casually attacked and did not use much of his strength, it was easy for him to kill a second-level Divine King Realm cultivator. However, the barbarian was only injured, not killed. Kill! At this moment, a few more barbarians rushed over. They were like wild beasts, full of ferocious murderous aura. They wanted to kill Lu Ming. These barbarians were either in the third or fourth level of the King Realm Divine King Realm. Lu Ming activated the battle character's secret art and quadrupled his fighting strength. 10 types of divine powers exploded in his body. Swoosh. 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 His long spear shook and a few spear lights shot out, piercing through the barbarians and killing them. After killing the barbarians, Lu Ming sped up and kept running. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, this mine was full of battles. It was not easy to leave. Before long, Lu Ming was targeted by some barbarians. The barbarians and the Taishu dynasty had been fighting for a long time. They were sworn enemies. Moreover, these barbarians had been captured and brought here as slaves. They had been humiliated, so they hated the people of the Taishu dynasty even more. Lu Ming was the chosen one of the Taishu dynasty. He had been patrolling the mine. Many barbarians had remembered Lu Ming's face. Now that they had the chance, they wanted to kill Lu Ming. As for the chosen one of the Taishu dynasty, they wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Lu Ming fought a bloody battle. In the end, he transformed into the green-armored ancient god body and used the origin secret technique to fight his way out of the mine. However, as soon as he got out of the mine, he was targeted by the barbarians again. Chapter 32-61. As Lu Ming slaughtered his way through, he heard the shouts of the Black Jade Army. Finally, he was sure that these people with towering devil energy were the remnants of the previous dynasty, people from the Saint Devil dynasty. Several experts of the Saint Devil dynasty had their eyes on Lu Ming. This kid is ridiculously strong. He's most likely a genius from the Taishu dynasty. Kill him. Haha. Several black-robed men rushed towards Lu Ming. Their auras were strong. One of them was in the 7th layer of the King God realm, and the other two were in the 6th layer of the King God realm. Lu Ming didn't even think about it as he threw out a bunch of talismans. With a burst of crackling and rattling sounds, the black-robed men were disoriented by the explosion, and their bodies were charred black. Lu Ming rushed over, thrusting out his long spear, killing the 3 black-robed men. This 9 Serenities lightning talisman is really useful. I'll have to refine more in the future. Lu Ming pondered. However, there weren't many talismans left from the last time he refined after squandering them during this period of time. I have to get out of here as soon as possible. Lu Ming's figure flickered. He didn't dare to fly in the sky. He could only shuttle back and forth on the ground to avoid being targeted. At this moment, several black shadows silently appeared at the entrance of the mine that Lu Ming had just entered. Legend has it that the Undying Demon King is sealed on this planet. The entrance should be here, right? One of them said. My lord, if we let the Undying Demon King out like this, will something big happen? Legend has it that the Undying Demon King is a traitor of the Saint Devil dynasty. He almost overthrew the Saint Devil dynasty and became the emperor himself. Another person said with a trembling voice. According to the legends, the Undying Demon King was an extremely terrifying existence. His strength was unparalleled, and he was vicious and merciless. During the golden age of the Saint Devil dynasty, the Undying Demon King rebelled and killed many people. In the end, the Saint Devil dynasty sent out countless experts to fight the Undying Demon King. After suffering heavy casualties, the Undying Demon King was sealed. It wasn't the King of the Demon King, but it wasn't the King of the Divine King. It was a title. At that time, the Saint Devil dynasty was weakened rapidly because of the rebellion of the Undying Demon King. Later, the Taishu dynasty seized the opportunity to destroy them. Otherwise, the Saint Devil dynasty would still be in control of the world. And they were the true descendants of the Saint Devil imperial court. How could they save the traitorous Undying Demon King? No matter what, the Undying Demon King is a member of the Saint Devil dynasty. He has the blood of the royal family of the Saint Devil dynasty flowing in his veins. Given the current situation, with our current strength, we are no match for the Taishu dynasty. Sooner or later, we will be wiped out by them. We might as well release the Undying Demon King and let him lead us to overthrow the Taishu dynasty. The person in front said. That's right, there's no other way. Let's follow the plan and release the Undying Demon King. Another person said. Then, their figures flashed and entered the mine. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the hill where the undying demon king was sealed. "You are from the Saint Devil dynasty. What are you doing here?" A voice came from the hill immediately. "The undying demon king is still alive." The people from the Saint Devil dynasty were pleasantly surprised. "Nonsense, I'm immortal. How could a mere seal be able to kill me? If you save me now, I will give you a great fortune." The voice came from the hill again. Needless to say, the great demon sealed in the hill was the undying demon king. "Don't worry, demon king. We are here to save you," one of them said. Then, they took action and attacked the altars around the hill. There were 4 ancient altars around the hill, which were the key to the seal. Boom! The 4 altars quickly crumbled under the attack of external forces. Boom! As soon as the 4 altars collapsed, a terrifying aura burst out from the hill. This aura was as vast as the sea and as terrifying as the boundless universe. It was unfathomable. The experts from the Saint Devil dynasty trembled and almost knelt down. "The undying demon king is coming out." One of them whispered and thought of various legends. His face was full of horror. Boom! Boom! Within the hill, earth-shattering explosions continued to erupt. Waves after waves of terrifying auras continued to erupt and spread out. In an instant, the entire mine could sense it. And this aura was still expanding rapidly. Soon, the entire planet was covered by this aura. That is, Lu Ming, who was running away, was shocked. He turned back and looked at the mine. "It's that mine. This aura is the Great Demon. The Great Demon is coming out." Lu Ming's pupils contracted. At this moment, Bi Kwa and the others were also shocked. "Stop them, stop them. Help will be here soon." Bi Kwa shouted and led the Black Jade army to fight with all their might. As for Lu Ming, he sped up, wanting to leave this troublesome place. However, his path ahead was blocked. A few experts with towering demonic chi stood in front of him. "This kid is an expert. Don't let him go." A few experts with towering demonic chi walked over. Their eyes were cold and they emitted a powerful aura. The most powerful one among them had reached the 9th level of the Divine King realm. Lu Ming would not be able to deal with him. Even if he were to rely on array flags and seals, he would not be able to contend with him. Therefore, Lu Ming took out the purple copper coffin directly. "Get lost if you don't want to die," he shouted coldly. "Kid, you're just an ant in the 2nd layer of the King God realm. How dare you be so arrogant? You're courting death." A black-robed man shouted coldly. He stretched out his hand and tried to grab Lu Ming. This man was in the 8th layer of the King God realm. "I've given you a chance," Lu Ming murmured. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he waved the purple copper coffin. The purple copper coffin shook and the mud on it flew out like raindrops. Puff puff puff, the black-robed men couldn't resist at all. Their bodies were pierced by the mud and looked like a beehive. "Ah," they screamed in fear. Their bodies decayed quickly. Even the 9th layer of the King God realm was the same. He looked at Lu Ming in fear. Not long after, a few more skeletons appeared. This mud should be used sparingly. Lu Ming looked at the mud on the purple copper coffin. He was heartbroken. Then, he kept the purple copper coffin and continued to move forward. When Lu Ming was far away from the Black Jade Army's mine, he soared into the sky and into space. He randomly chose a direction and flew at high speed. At the same time, the terrifying aura in the Black Jade Army's mine was getting thicker and more oppressive. Eventually, a demonic chi shot up from the ground and into the starry sky. Then, the ground exploded and a figure soared into the sky. It was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His hair was disheveled and his demonic chi soared to the sky. His violent aura made the entire planet tremble. "Ha ha ha, after so many years, I'm finally free. Ha ha ha." The immortal demon king laughed wildly. Chapter 3262. The undying demon king laughed wildly. His aura soared to the sky, shaking the entire planet. The undying demon king has appeared. The Saint Devil dynasty is going to rise again. Ha ha ha. The remnants of the previous dynasty were overjoyed. Who is that? There is such a terrifying existence in the depths of the mine? The people of the Black Jade Army were shocked. Could it be the demon sealed under the hill? Biqua's eyes moved as he thought of something. I didn't expect that the Saint Devil dynasty would disappear and be replaced by the bullshit Taishu dynasty. But now that I, the undying demon king, have appeared, the Saint Devil dynasty will reappear in the world. The undying demon king whispered and then roared to the sky. Endless demonic chi gushed out and turned into a huge demon shadow. This demon phantom was incomparably huge. Its body was as big as half a planet, and it was indomitable. Roar! The demon roared and opened its mouth, bursting out a terrifying devouring force. The devouring force shrouded all directions. Many barbarians around him screamed in horror as they were swallowed by the devouring force. At least a few thousand barbarians were swallowed by the demon's shadow and disappeared. Then, the undying demon king's aura became stronger. Comfortable, again. The undying demon king laughed and opened his mouth again. A large number of barbarians and some Black Jade army flew toward the demon's mouth. No, help! Mournful cries rang out one after another. Then, a few thousand barbarians and Black Jade army were swallowed by the undying demon king. His aura became stronger. You're courting death. Kill him. Biqua and some of his deputies attacked together. They blasted out terrifying attacks that made the void tremble and pressed toward the undying demon king. All of them were divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Attacking together, how terrifying was the power. They could shatter a planet all at once. However, the undying demon king unleashed a gigantic demonic palm that blotted out the sky as it pressed down. The attacks of Biqua and the others were instantly defeated. Their bodies shook violently and flew out into space, spurting out blood. How is that possible? Biqua and the others were shocked. A few brats dare to make a move against me? I'll swallow you all. The immortal demon king laughed ferociously and took a step forward. His demonic shadow roared and swallowed the barbarians and the Black Jade army. However, the people of the Saint Devil dynasty were not affected at all. The people of the Saint Devil dynasty were both surprised and delighted. What was shocking was that the undying demon king was just as brutal as the legend said. As soon as he came out, he devoured the creatures. In just a short while, he had already devoured tens of thousands of creatures. They were happy because the stronger the undying demon king was, the greater the chance of their Saint Devil imperial court rising. Damn it, Biqua and the others roared in anger. This time, their losses were truly too great. However, they did not dare to approach. The undying demon king was too terrifying. Reinforcements are here. Suddenly, a deputy general looked into the distance and revealed a joyful expression. Far away in the starry sky, there were two huge battleships flying over. This kind of battleship was a specially made war machine. It could break through the void, and its speed was far above the speed of light. Near the Black Jade gold mine, there was also an army of the Taishu dynasty stationed there. The strength of this army was far beyond the Black Jade army. When the remnants of the Saint Devil dynasty attacked the Black Jade gold mine, Biqua had sent out a signal for help. Now, the reinforcements were finally here. The remnants of the Saint Devil dynasty were also shocked. With their strength, they were no match for the regular army of the Taishu dynasty. My strength is far from recovered. I'll retreat now. I'll definitely pay a visit to the Taishu holy capital some other day. The undying demon king smiled ferociously and waved his hand. A huge demonic pagoda flew out and expanded rapidly. All of you, enter the demonic pagoda. I'll take you away. The undying demon king said. The remnants of the Saint Devil dynasty entered the demonic pagoda one after another. Then, the demonic pagoda turned into a ray of demonic light and disappeared in a flash. When the reinforcements of the Taishu dynasty arrived, the undying demon king and the people of the Saint Devil dynasty had already disappeared without a trace. Bi Kwa and the others could only report this matter to their superiors. Lu Ming kept flying, wanting to get away from this troublesome place. His speed was amazing. Using the Garuda technique, he was like a Garuda soaring in space. Planets passed by Lu Ming one after another. Finally left. Feeling that he was far away from the Black Jade gold mine, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. The mission this time was really dangerous. If Lan Shang hadn't given him a batch of formation flags and seals, and if Bone Devil hadn't taught him to refine a batch of seals, he most likely wouldn't have survived. What other forces do you have in the Abyss Heavenly King residence? Who ordered Bi Kwa? I'll remember this. One day, I'll make you pay back tenfold. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He was ready to leave and return to the Taishu holy capital. But at this moment, his expression changed because a ray of demonic light flashed in front of him. Then, a huge demonic pagoda flew over at an amazing speed. Before Lu Ming could react, the huge demonic pagoda had already appeared in front of him. A ray of demonic light enveloped Lu Ming, and Lu Ming's body was suddenly immobilized. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the demonic pagoda. His eyes flashed fiercely as he stared at Lu Ming. This person was the undying demon king. Boy, we're really fated to meet again. The undying demon king smiled ferociously, revealing his snow-white teeth. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized who the voice belonged to. Wasn't it the great demon in the hill under the mine? Senior, congratulations. Congratulations on breaking free and roaming the universe. Lu Ming immediately sucked up to him. Is that so? If it weren't for my good luck, I'm afraid I would still be sealed there. The undying demon king sneered. Obviously, he was implying that Lu Ming didn't save him before. If it weren't for his good luck, he would still be suppressed. Lu Ming broke out in cold sweat and cursed his bad luck in his heart. He didn't know that the other party could break free. If he had known, he would have saved the other party himself. Senior, you've misunderstood. I already knew that you would definitely be able to break free. There was no need for me to intervene at all. Look, you broke free immediately, Lu Ming said with a smile. There was no other way. The other party was too terrifying. The terrifying pressure on him made him unable to even move. The other party could probably kill him with a flick of his finger. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. Do you think I'll let you go just because you said that? The undying demon king sneered. His eyes were filled with demonic chi, like two demonic chi whirlpools, full of unfathomable feeling. But the next moment, the undying demon king's eyes were filled with surprise. He muttered, "This kid, interesting. He has a lot of secrets. It's a pity to kill him." Chapter 3263. In front of the undying demon king, Lu Ming did not have the slightest strength to resist. He was directly brought into the demonic pagoda. Then, the demonic pagoda broke through the air and disappeared. The demonic pagoda was divided into 18 floors. There was no one in the place where Lu Ming was. The undying demon king brought him into the demonic pagoda and disappeared. I'm too unlucky. Lu Ming was speechless and asked the heavens. He had already left the Black Jade Army mine, but now, he had fallen into the hands of the undying demon king. Bone Demon, what should I do? Is there any way to get out? Lu Ming asked. There's no way. You can only resign yourself to fate. Bone Demon's answer almost made Lu Ming vomit blood. What is the background of this great demon? And who saved him? Is it someone from the Saint Devil Imperial Court? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. He had left long ago, so he did not know the identity of the undying demon king. After guessing for a long time, Lu Ming could not come to a conclusion. He could only sit cross-legged and wait quietly. After an unknown period of time, a sudden force acted on Lu Ming. In a flash, Lu Ming found that he had left the demonic pagoda. Lu Ming quickly looked around and found that he was in a huge square. Then, he saw the Undying Demon King and some other people, all of whom were surging with demonic chi. It's really someone from the Saint Devil Imperial Court. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. I've been sealed for many years and my vitality has been greatly damaged. I need to cultivate in seclusion immediately to recover my strength. During this time, stay put and don't disturb me. The Undying Demon King said. Yes. The people of the Saint Devil Imperial Court nodded repeatedly. And him, then, the Undying Demon King pointed at Lu Ming and said, during this time, help me keep an eye on him. Don't let him leave. After that, the Undying Demon King moved and disappeared directly, looking for a place to cultivate in seclusion. Then, the people of the Saint Devil Imperial Court looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Who was Lu Ming? They were somewhat puzzled. Lu Ming looked like someone from the Taishu dynasty, but the unkillable Demon King asked them to keep an eye on him. He only said that they should not let Lu Ming leave. He did not say whether he was an enemy or a friend. What was the relationship between Lu Ming and the Undying Demon King? They had no idea either. Little brother, what's your relationship with the immortal Demon King? Finally, a big shot from the Saint Devil Imperial Court asked. So that great devil is called the Undying Devil King. These people are afraid of him. Could it be that the Undying Devil King is a big shot from the Saint Devil dynasty? Lu Ming guessed in his heart, and his guess was not far from the truth. Seniors, my apologies. Lord Devil King instructed me not to reveal my relationship with him. Lu Ming smiled and began to lie, pretending to be mysterious. Sure enough, after hearing Lu Ming's words, the people of the Saint Devil Imperial Court were surprised. They could not figure out the relationship between Lu Ming and the Undying Demon King. What if Lu Ming and the Undying Demon King had a very good relationship? Lord Devil King only said not to let him leave. Then we will do as he said. We will not care about other things. When the Devil King comes out of seclusion, he will make a decision. That's right. The people of the Saint Devil Imperial Court secretly discussed and decided that as long as Lu Ming did not leave this place, they would not care about other things. Immediately, they sent people to arrange a residence for Lu Ming. It was a majestic palace, very quiet and suitable for cultivation. Afterward, Lu Ming stayed there for the night. So this is the headquarters of the Saint Devil Imperial Court. The Undying Demon King is indeed a big shot from the Saint Devil Imperial Court. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed here for 7 days. Here, other than not being able to leave, no one restricted his freedom. He could move freely. In these 7 days, he had learned many things through indirect questioning. This place was not on a planet, but a hidden world. It was very vast and a large number of Saint Devil Imperial Court survivors had gathered here. After countless years of development, the number of people and experts here was shocking. I should cultivate first and take one step at a time. Lu Ming sighed. Since he could not leave, he could only take one step at a time. Anyway, no one restricted his freedom. In the following days, Lu Ming cultivated in this place. His days were peaceful. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed here for dozens of years. On this day, Lu Ming was wandering around in a demon city. This world was very big. In the vast land, there were many demon cities. It was like a country. The demon city in front of him was the imperial capital of the